And hello, everybody, and welcome to the finals day of the Unity European Cup 2025, hosted by Unity Clash. We are finally at the end of the road of the fourth year of running this tournament. But I think before we get into the nitty gritty, we need to introduce ourselves. I'm Kellosaurus, and we have Husky Star here as well. Good morning to you, and how are you doing?
Yeah, we just learned that we are on opposite ends of the morning for where both of us are. It's about 9 a.m. for me, and it's what, 1 a.m.?
1 a.m.
It is 1 a.m. for you, so it is bright and early for both of us this a.m. But we are excited to get into it. There's been quite the story getting to where we are, so I'm excited to see how this is going to wrap up.
Yeah, 100%. I guess for those folks at home, if you are new here and haven't been tuning in to the Unite European Cup, this is set up in three stages. We had the first stage, which was our group stage, where the top two teams ended up automatically qualifying through to the finals. Then we had a second stage where those that ended up placing last in their groups ended up battling it out to see who would end up making it through to the finals. And we are now at our finals stage where we have our top 8 bracket, and it's been a couple of weeks since we've got there, but we are finally almost at the end. We can see all of the bracket filled out there, and our grand finals, which we will be covering today, will be against Germany in France. But I guess before we move on, is there anything you want to make note of looking at this bracket, Husky?
I mean, if we take a look at what we're going to be looking at for the third place round, which we will be also covering, and Switzerland and Spain, very interesting. In 2024, Switzerland ended up winning first over Germany. So seeing them drop down to third or potentially fourth place this year is definitely showing how much I think this European region has changed over the course of these couple years that we've been doing the Unity Clash. It's very fun, very interesting. I'm super excited to be getting into it today.
Yeah, so we'll be covering both that third place match, which will be a best of 3, and the grand finals, which will be a best of 5. But best of 3 up first. As you mentioned, we have Team Spain going up against Team Switzerland. And well, I guess in terms of, have you managed to tune in or anything, watch any of the matches from any of these teams yet, Husky? Or are we both going in and just learning for ourselves?
I have seen like Twitter clips, and I think that's about the most, because usually it's happening in either the middle of the night or the super early morning for me. So
yes,
from what I have seen, it has been super, super exciting. But I think let's refresh everybody else and ourselves and take a look at some of the stats so far from this tournament. It has been very interesting. I think we're looking at the top 10 most played Pokemon first, or potentially the role graphic first, but either way, we have a lot of statistics to look at that are very, very interesting.
And I know that is right up your alley as well. You know, just
yeah,
saying
it's always
how you love math and stats and all of that jazz. But we do have these stats brought to you by Diovia, so big thank you to them. But yeah, we do have those top 10 most played Pokemon, and I do believe these is also including the stats from last night's semi-finals as well. But Crustle Hustle at the top there with the 43%, 43 pick, right, so far.
Yeah, there's also the double Blaziken in there, so we don't know exactly which one's correct,
true.
but it could be like a different Pokemon that
in there.
Blaziken was thrown in a couple times. It might just be like a different Pokemon that got put on, but either way, whatever Blaziken you take, it's doing pretty well. It's got an over 50% win rate with a pretty high, or a very high pick rate, over 50%, with, depending on the Blaziken that you pick, a pretty high win rate as well. One of those all-rounders that's just always very good because of its versatility, and you just can't get away from it with the amount of secure that it has, and then also the ability to rip and brawl. It is like your classic all-rounder that a lot of teams are continuing to prioritize.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many all-rounders. We've just had a new all-rounder joining the fray, being Delmise, which will not be available to play today, considering it is still very, very new. However, besides these all-rounders, I know we've mentioned that Crustle there having that 65% win rate, but Snorlax also in third place having the highest win rate on there with the 73.3%. So I'm wondering, is it valuable enough? I mean, just looking at these stats to actually go and ban out some of these defenders, or do you think there's going to be some other priority picks there that we'll end up seeing in the banned list today?
I mean, we are seeing what was actually played and not what was actually banned, which we will get to very shortly. But we're seeing notable things missing from this list. For example, Suicune, which is a Pokemon that is still very good, very prioritized, and often banned out. So I feel like it doesn't make this list just because of how banned it actually is. There's also some attackers I feel like that are really popular right now. Mew and Miraidon, which also end up being up there quite a lot. And other supporters that are really strong, such as Eldegoss Hoopa, another one that gets banned quite a lot. Yeah, we see it right here. Top 5 Pokemon played by role. You see Suicune in the all-rounder slot at number 3 over there, but usually this Pokemon is played in the support or defender role and often banned.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense there. But yeah, looking at the stats there, having Speedster's also being picked up a fair few times there. I mean, obviously it's not as popular as those all-rounders or defenders, but Talonflame there with the 22 picks. And Darkrai, I'm guessing, I was expecting Darkrai to be up here, but I'm assuming maybe it's just because Darkrai is constantly banned out, considering how strong it is in the meta right now after receiving the buffs. Not in the most latest patch, but the one before that.
Yeah, I think that Darkrai is an interesting one because it is very, very strong, but it is easily counterable. What I have seen some teams doing is playing it as a support and just using it for that CC and then funneling more experience into some of those carries like you see often, like Blaziken or Buzzwole, even, Miraidon, just getting a lot of that experience online, and then Darkrai playing as a supporter, which is so fun for me. I personally love that. But because of the amount of CC it generates and then just permanent burst, if you are playing the Dark Void build, that's the one. It's always wrong because Darkrai's moves are named incorrectly. But yeah, the Dark Void, the one where it shoots the balls out, that one. It's just permanent burst damage and CC, and it's very devastating. But you can counter it. So I think that teams are taking that into account, and we might see it not banned as often and kind of let through because teams are realizing they can play against it. But let's take a look at these bans, Kello. I think that this is no surprise based on what we've talked about so far.
Yeah, and you did pick it earlier on when we were looking at the most top played Pokemon, Suicune, receiving 32 bans, which is why we didn't end up seeing it in that top 10, because it's just not being let out of ban jail. Otherwise, 2 supporters do end up following up in second and third place, being Blissey and Hooper, which I feel like it's not really a surprise here either.
Yeah, these Pokemon, somehow, Suicune has continued to, we were talking about it too in the ambassador chat, that somehow Suicune continues to get through these patches unscathed, even though it is the far and away most banned Pokemon, and if it's not banned, it is 100% going to be picked. I've seen some teams start to flex it back into a damage-focused role, but mainly it's playing with that EXP share on, and I mean, I guess if you take those top 3 as all supporter defenders, that is really indicative of how strong supporters and defenders are, those Pokemon that have the EXP share on. And if you ban some of those out, it gives the enemy team less options to have to choose from.
Yeah, well, there isn't very many supporters or defenders to choose from in comparison to some of the other roles, being that of all-rounders. We have 4 all-rounders being represented on this graphic here. So, Suicune, yeah, it's traditionally an all-rounder, but I think, as you said, it's just so versatile in that sense of you can also pick it up as that supporter, which is why it's just such a major threat to actually have there on the team, and getting banned on out. But we only have the one evolution here, being Leafeon. I know, you know, it's the era of the Eevees with Eevee Day coming on up. They've only just recently received a patch themselves, well, Leafeon, along with Sylveon and Espeon, so whether we'll see a lot more Eevees in ban jail or maybe getting selected as well.
Yeah, this is a condensed version of the most banned Pokemon. We're taking a look at the team that had first pick, what their ban strategies looked like. And it's interesting how you see Suicune drop. And this is because the players that are in that first pick team want the opportunity to first pick Suicune. So you leave the most broken thing for the enemy team to ban so that you have an opportunity to pick it if it somehow slips through. Still being banned a decent amount, but they're going to prioritize banning things like Blissey and Hoopa, and even Buzzwole and Zacian skating up here into that ban list. And this kind of, a lot of players are very good in, you know, Buzzwole, Zacian, like their specific roles. And with that third ban slot, it gives more of an opportunity for some of these teams to target ban out those specific Pokemon, which is what I think is happening here more so in that first pick slot.
Yeah, I absolutely love that we have those 2 additional bans, one either side, and move it on forth, because you ban away those that seem a little bit too strong in the meta currently, but then it also just leaves room for, as you mentioned, those targeted bans. But there you go, second pick. This is where Suicune and Darkrai are getting selected, because they obviously do not want to give these Pokemon over to that first pick side.
Yes, it's a very interesting strategy when you think about how banning works in draft, because all of the bans happen before anything is picked. So you can't really pivot after seeing the first couple picks and then, you know, you get another ban phase like some other games of a similar variety do it. So you have to make sure that you are giving the first pick something that you can work with, which is why we see a lot of these really high priority picks banned out in that second slot. You know, we're seeing Mega Lucario up here as well, another recent addition that has been very powerful. Recently got some nerfs. I guess we may see it kind of fall back in line with some of these other picks, but still very, very strong.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see whether we'll end up seeing any, much of these megas going into today, whether Mega Lucario or Mega Charizard there, considering those recent nerfs that they received, but I still feel like they are up there. They are the megas after all. But I guess, you know, on that note, whether we're going to see these switch ups happen, Mimikyu is one that I'm very, very intrigued about, and whether we're going to see any Mimikyu players come out today.
Yeah, Mimikyu is an interesting one. Another Pokemon that is kind of flexing in that all-rounder role. It can be sort of a central area Pokemon, or even play more similar to a Speedster, or with the Trick Room, Shadow Claw moveset, it can play as more of that brawling all-rounder. I don't even know what, I guess it's just like high mobility all-rounder that it kind of plays as. And it recently did get that buff for some reason. I was terrified seeing that. The Mimikyu players, when they get out there, it can really withstand a lot. So we might be seeing some of that today. That would be, I'm a ghost type Pokemon trainer myself, so I do love seeing the ghost types really in there shining.
We have a lot of ghost types to select from, and we've only just had that recent ghost type being added on in as well. But that's, I guess, it for the stats segment. I guess we need to get to know these teams a little bit more, as we were going to do so beforehand. So let's introduce, I guess, who's on each team here.
Yeah, so this is going to be for our third place matchup that we're going to see very shortly. Our Switzerland teams and our Spain teams. So looking at our Spain teams, a lot of very familiar names. We've got Adesu, Girari, Noah, Jose, Bertlio. These are players that have done very well all tournament. They were kind of my team that I was like watching. I figured that we might see them end up at least in that top couple of teams. So this should be a very interesting match, Kello.
Yeah, well, as we were mentioning earlier on, we did end up seeing... no, this wasn't Spain. It was the other team, in 2024, which was Switzerland, which is the one that they're going to be going up against. So we'll have a squiz at who is on Team Switzerland here. Husky, please.
Yes, Switzerland as well. Some other very popular European names. We've got Volto, Skull, TT Bone, Dragon, Snow, and Yuno. Another team that I'm pretty sure some of these were the same last year when Switzerland did win the European Cup, and I can be corrected if Shiv wants to. I think it was some of them, at least a good amount of them were the same. Yeah, the same roster. Okay, Shiv confirmed it. Same roster that did win last year, which, you would expect since they won last year with this roster that they would make it very far. So it just has shown, since they are not going to be competing in that grand finals, just how competitive the European region has become.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested to see how this third match plays on out against these two teams. Not seeing Spain play last year there, but with Switzerland having such a fantastic performance last year, I mean, obviously we won't see them in the grand finals, but whether we can see them at least get that third place spot, or whether times have changed here over the past year.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. And I also want to point out in the overlay, the score in games as the Sableye eyes, like the little gemstones. That is so cute. But regardless of if we're going to be watching the fight for third, this is still going to be an extremely competitive and very exciting matchup. So this one is going to be a best of 3, whereas the grand finals that we're also going to see is going to be a best of 5, more similar to in UCS, those final couple games are usually best of 5s because it's expected how competitive they're going to be. But I think this one could shake out to be just as exciting, Kello.
Yeah, I think it's also, we don't usually get to see the third place match actually carried on out or covered, so I'm really excited that we actually get to cover this set here over at the Unite European Cup for today as we get on ready for our third place match. Here we go into that pick band draft phase. Spain is on your purple side and Team Switzerland on the orange.
Oh, we're getting right into it. This is so exciting. We're seeing the Buzzwole band out, seeing Mega Lucario still getting a prioritized ban slot. Very interesting. This is the first tournament competitive style that I'm seeing after this recent patch. And look, there's the Mimikyu Kello coming out with that ban. We were just talking about how good it's going to end up.
It's really surprising how so far we've had the 4 bans and each one of them have been all-rounders.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, another one maybe?
Another. Can we make it 6 for 6? Surely. 6 for 6 all-rounders?
All-rounders.
Oops, all-rounders.
Oops, all-rounders. I mean, Blaziken is still an option, but you've got multiple supports that you could ban, and it is going to be that Blissey being lined up. Basically an all-rounder. That thing is all around in every single game that it's in. So Switzerland does not want to give Spain an opportunity to take that Blissey, but instead, Kello, here we go. We're going to see Mega Charizard.
That is very interesting considering we didn't see Mega Charizard on any of the top stats pages that we ended up looking at earlier on. But I guess with this Mega slipping on through, you got to lock that in. But it looks like Switzerland are going to answer back with an Umbreon and a Darkrai. I feel like we don't really see Umbreon as a defender as often, but I stand corrected. It was in that third place top 5 play-by role.
Yeah, I mean, Umbreon got a couple of nerfs a while back, especially to its Unite move, that have kind of brought it down more in line with other defenders, but it's still heavily prioritized. And also in the North American region where I'm normally casting, it's still being heavily prioritized, but definitely not banned. On the other side, some of these Pokemon that we were also seeing in those top pick and ban slots, Hoopa, still broken, no matter what they do to it. Hoopa, still very prioritized. And this Miraidon, which kind of fell off a little bit, and then teams remembered how good it is and are bringing it back in.
Oh, especially with the Darkrai buffs that we had. It is such a great counter to Darkrai with that passive to go and prevent itself and its allies, whoever are on that Hadron Endron, to prevent that sleep status. But looks like these last two picks are Talonflame and Latios there for Team Spain.
Yeah, Latias, really fun pick. It kind of flexes into an attacker style role, so the support defender core for Spain are both ranged Pokemon, which is going to set up a lot of very interesting plays. You're kind of having just this Mega Charizard for the brawling that's going to be happening, whereas your supporters and your attacker are going to want to stay at range, unless they do go with Electro Drift in this Miraidon, which could be interesting. I do imagine we will see Charge Beam. But on the other side, Espeon also just recently got a buff for some reason to the stored power moveset, which could be very good into something like Talonflame. And your favorite recent release that we were talking about off camera, Pawmot, is going to make an appearance here.
On that note of Espeon, cough cough, Eevee Day coming up at the end of the month, so that's why we're seeing all of these evolutions getting buffed and come out to play. So whether we are going to see that buff moveset stored power being selected by Bibu there, or whether we're going to see that Psyshock, which does provide some great stun from a distance, considering I guess they're quite melee, or I guess that'll be their range attacker trying to contest against that Miraidon, but Miraidon just beats that range out of the water.
Yeah, Miraidon range is unreal, but Espeon can still provide a lot of versatility. But here we go, Kello, game number 1 of Spain versus Switzerland.
Yeah, we have Spain there over on that purple side, Switzerland on the orange. We can see that Darkrai is taking the central area for Switzerland there, where that Fletchling is taking the central area for Spain. So I guess it's just the same old song and dance for the beginning. But up in this top path, we have this Gossifleur and Pawmo taking down that Charmander so early on.
Wow, that is going to be really beneficial, especially because Pawmi is not very good early, and it takes until level 7 to really get itself online and able to start seriously brawling. So picking up some of those early KOs are going to be really valuable. Plus, keeping that Mega Charizard at bay is going to be helpful. But look at this return KO right away. Talonflame looking for a second one on that Eldegoss. They will get it.
Yeah, they may have been able to take down that Charmander, but being able to pick up 2 KOs there is so valuable for this Fletchinder, who is quite close to that level 6 level, as we are just getting the last few of these spawns before the birds spawn on up.
Wow, we did see Adesu steal away that piece of experience. Look at that! Talonflame gets to jump in. All 3 members of Team Switzerland go down in that engagement. And Talonflame, look at this, almost level 7, getting some more stacks in. This is a very good start in the top path for Spain.
Oh, yeah, being able to get those stacks earlier on for Bertolo on that attack weight is going to provide so much value. And it looks like they're actually going to switch it on out as Charmeleon's taking the central area, but Umbreon trying to make escape from this Latias and Miraidon is successfully able to do it and heal it back on pad. But over here in this middle section, we still have a Gossifleur that is looking to evolve into that Eldegoss at level 4.
Yeah, they are almost there, but not quite yet, as Regidrago is about to hit the map. And great rotations here from Team Spain as well. Talonflame, though, getting a little bit caught. Darkrai going to try to chase them down. Huge Astonish there from Noah on that Hoopa to make sure that they can't catch them. And look, now Charizard gets to take the central area back at level 7 in Spain, right back in this with a fight.
Yeah, Spain and absolutely dominating that top path, whittling away that pad. It must be so close to breaking. Whether they're actually going to do it before these first objectives do spawn, we'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, other priorities, as we can see, some of these members making their way to the Reggie Drago, like is going to score off Team Spain there.
Hoopa, the supporter, taking that score. Buff and Talonflame just ripping through this team right now. This is an early game focused team composition, and they are making sure that they're taking it to them. A little bit of a buffer here, so we're going to be a little bit on the edge of our seats, waiting to see how this engagement between the Talonflame and the Darkrai pans out. But yes, Kello, this game is starting to get run away with on the side of Spain.
Yeah, as we are waiting for this match to pop on up, we can already see Bertolo is so close to that level 9, being able to get that Unite move, but whether they are going to win this fight, considering they are below HP, but they have the higher levels, so we're going to flick it on back to us. But I guess so far as we wait for this match, how are you feeling about this beginning runaway that Spain are managing to take so far?
I mean, Spain is looking fantastic right now, but also they do have the early game comp. Not that Switzerland doesn't have some early game Pokemon. You know, they've got the Darkrai and they've got the Espeon on their side. Some of their Pokemon take a little bit more time, especially Pawmot, to really start taking it to them. So I think that Spain is doing the right thing by trying to extend their lead early, but it doesn't mean that Switzerland can't catch up in the mid game if they just get a couple of high value picks.
I think one thing that I did like seeing from Team Spain there is knowing that Bertolo managed to gather so much experience from getting those KOs rather than heading back into the central area themselves. They allowed Oscar, who is on that Mega Charizard, to go and take that second rotation of buffs to make sure that their other late scaler gets online. So being able to balance that between them two, I think is going to be so pivotal moving on forward, and whether they can just keep up this momentum to shut Switzerland down here.
Yeah, and it looks like we did have a crash from the observer, so we're trying to get that back for you as soon as possible. Pausing the game in game, and I know that it, might reduce a little bit of the momentum here, but it always, every first game of any tournament that I cast, there is some sort of disruption of some kind. So that must be my fault. We can blame me if you would like to. But this game already shaking out to be a very interesting one. And like you said, the Talonflame getting online early, and then it doesn't even need that second rotation. And it was a great call from Spain to actually switch it up so that you can get that level 7 on Mega Charizard as soon as possible, just one step closer to that high value level 9 that allows it to mega evolve and become, I don't even know what to call it, an absolute raid boss of a Pokemon. I really don't think the nerfs did that much to it, honestly.
I think one thing from both of these Pokemon as well, getting that Unite move at level 9 and obviously Mega Charizard going and evolving into that Mega, both of their Unite cooldowns are quite low as well. So if they're able to get that Unite move, they could really just use a lot of Unite moves as long as they're, as we said, being able to keep up the momentum, being able to go and secure all the wild Pokemon that's over on their side, and being strategical with those dunks, and then just keep that pressure up. Especially with Mega Charizard, like just dealing with that Mega can be so intense at how strong that it can be. And yes, it did end up getting nerfed, so I'm really interested to see whether it still holds that value that we have seen previously upon release, or whether these nerfs were enough to make it not so valuable, I think. But I think it's going to be on the other hand, where it's probably just going to be still really strong.
It's probably still dumb. And the thing is with the Mega Charizard is when it's Mega, you kind of have to either send everybody on top of it to try to take it down, or try to run away. But it has really good chase with the Fire Punch, Flare Blitz, and it really can catch up to you if you're close enough to it. And then you also forget that Miraidon's there, dealing a ton of charge beam damage from the backline at the same time. So it's going to be really difficult to see how Switzerland, especially if they're playing from behind, deals with this Mega Charizard when it does get its Mega Evolution, which it has every 45 seconds or so, even less if it gets a couple of random points in, if it can get a couple of short scores to really bump up the charging of that Unite move, then it can be using its Mega twice in a fight in specific situations.
Yeah, being able to just go dive on in, but also the ability to get those isolations as well. They're able to pair up their moves and then actually time that flame sweep perfectly to just go and allow, the Miraidon and the Charizard to go sweep up the rest of the team. So we are going to shortly get this match back very, very shortly to you folks. So thank you so much for your patience as we do have this break here. But yeah, still very much early days, still a lot more to come. And, despite Spain having such a great early lead, we know how the tables can turn quite quickly in a match of Unite.
Oh, look at that. We're getting back into it here. Just a quick 3.5 minute pause. And with 5 minutes left in the match, let's take a look at our game state. And it looks like we have turned it around in terms of score, Kello. A little bit that we missed, but we are going to get ourselves caught up. That mid game is starting to come back to bite Spain here.
Yeah, they're still at 63 points, where Team Switzerland are leading at 125. Charizard charging on in with their punches, unable to land their hits as they're going to dive straight onto that Espeon and knock it on out.
Look at that, already Mega Evolved, Fire Punching, Flare Blitzing in. That's a 2 KO streak. Likely 3 Talonflame picks up 1 as well. 50 points are going to go in that triple KO streak from the Mega Charizard. They're just going to continue to stack up small scores to get that Unite move back as soon as possible.
And while we ended up coming back to Team Spain, falling behind in the lead, they have now secured the lead at 165 to 125. So a great engage from Spain to put the pressure, but also secure themselves that Registeel.
4v4 right now in the bottom path after Adesu was unfortunately taken out. Darkrai does use its Unite move, got Charizard trapped in the worst nightmare, who is level 13. This could be a really big KO if they are able to take them out, but no! The Darkrai still going to go down in its own Unite move, and the shielding on that Charizard is going to be enough to prevent it from going down. Look at this, Kello. This thing is still a raid boss.
Oh, and there we go. Another Unite move. How long was that? 30 seconds? A minute? I mean, we were just talking about how quickly it gets that charge up. Otherwise, we going to have a pretty hefty overdunk there from that Talonflame, leading Team Spain at 211 points. But we have another objective on the board, being that Regieleki, and it looks like Regidrago is about to spawn too.
I would love to be able to see from the casting perspective what the number of Eon power stacks are on Latias, because it seems like there's a good amount of damage coming out from it when it does hit that Dragon Pulse, and that could be something that would be great at developers if we could end up seeing that here. But Switzerland trying to take it back to him here. Oscar has to use a full heal, does still get the Eldegoss, and we do have the Charizard going down here. That's a really big KO for Switzerland.
Yeah, that is valuable, taking down a level 14 Charizard, so going to give some experience their way. Otherwise, we are going to have an Umbreon Unite move after that 3-minute mark just to go and survive that Latias and Miraidon fight and just run away. They do have 40 points on hand, and it looks like they're just going to be able to dunk this in freely.
Yeah, that's actually a really good play from this Umbreon. The problem is going to be that it's not going to have its Unite move immediately when the fight starts. That does give Spain the opportunity to try to take this fight early, knowing that the Umbreon isn't going to be able to steal their shields away for a little bit of time. But it does get them that KO and some more points in to shrink that score lead.
7 seconds left to go until we have Groudon spawning on up. Spain have managed to secure themselves another buff, or Reggie being that Regirock to provide that extra defense and special defense. But we can see Latios there from the corner poking at that Groudon, seeing who's going to take the bait from Team Switzerland.
Yeah, you're going to want this Darkrai to try to find where this Mega Charizard is and trap it in the worst nightmare before it can really do anything. Because if you let this Charizard Mega Evolve, it's kind of just instantly taking everybody down. And it's looking for the Pawmot here, and it will not be able to find them, but the Miraidon does. Pawmot not able to do that much there at all. Unfortunately, they just didn't get the follow-up from their team.
No, it looks like they were trying to target down that Latios and take it on out. Otherwise, we do have Talon using their Unite move, not able to hit anybody. Three members of Team Switzerland have been knocked out, close to a fourth. However, Avrion does get their Unite move, but it just isn't enough to survive the onslaught that Team Spain is bringing. And now they're able to go and shred this Groudon for free.
Wow, what a fight there from Team Spain, taking the Groudon and now starting to move towards the goal zones for an opportunity to get some more scores in. The game is not over yet as Switzerland can get a couple of picks here, take some Groudon buffs. They could go back the other way. What a big charge beam, though, does a ton of damage. Eldegoss goes down. 100 points will go in there for Team Spain. That's 311, and they are just taking down Pokemon after Pokemon on the side of Team Switzerland and continuing to move forward.
Yeah, knowing that they have that numbers advantage with two of those members down, they're not going to even retreat. They want to look at dunking even more points in this home base as they're able to go and get a team wipe and bring this score to 655 with 10 seconds left to go.
What a game number one there for Team Spain. That Mega Charizard just still looks absolutely ridiculous, unfortunately. It had its Unite move constantly, and Oscatar was playing it very well throughout the game to be able to make sure that that Unite move was up all the time. And the engagement there from Pawmot in the end, I think that they assumed that the team would follow up with that engagement, but they weren't able to. Spain shut them out. They were able to take down Pawmot and then just continue to go through member after member of Team Switzerland until they had a full team wipe there. Very well played by them. And look at those KO numbers, the damage numbers, Kello. Over 85,000 for all of the carries on Team Spain.
Yeah, by the end of that match, all three of those on Team Spain managed to reach that level 15 mark. I think they were also all at that level 14 mark as well. So just going to show how well they worked as a team at divvying up their experience. That way they can all get online and win these team fights. But as we look at the graph, I know we ended up missing that half of the first half during that pause break there, but Switzerland did manage to secure both of those objectives, which I'm assuming is how they ended up coming back in the lead when we did flick back to this match.
But from our perspective, it didn't really ever look like Switzerland had much of a chance in that game. Spain just played it so well. They were able to make sure that they're prioritizing getting that Mega Charizard leveled up and making sure that it's had its Unite move for every engagement. And unfortunately, the Darkrai counter that might have been able to be a good counter just did not really shake out very well for Switzerland. They weren't able to trap the Charizard, and when they did, they were far enough behind that Charizard was still able to survive the worst nightmare.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing we're talking about. Well, which Pokemon do we actually prioritize to go and ban? And knowing that there are answers to this Darkrai, despite it being quite strong as of late. And I guess falling for the bait, knowing that, okay, if Team Switzerland do end up selecting Darkrai up first, we'll just answer back with that Miraidon second pick, and that allows them to go and prioritize that Mega Charizard up first. So I think from the get-go, Team Spain, they had that game plan and they were able to carry it on out.
Yeah, that's kind of how first pick becomes a really valuable strategy for a lot of these teams. But let's take a look at some of these replays. We're getting kind of the second half of the game here. And this is that moment where Mega Charizard was taken out and it was looking pretty good here for Switzerland, but still Pawmot was taken down, and then we saw the Umbreon also use its Unite move, and here is where we saw the engagement. Espeon Unite move unfortunately did not do much, and look at Spain moving as one unit with that Rings Unbound Hoopa just following around multiple Pokemon and able to start taking down that Groudon. Very well played by them.
Yeah, just looking at their coordination there, knowing which Pokemon to prioritize, take them down first before going and following up with the next one. So, great team play there from Team Spain, who are in the first pick position once again. So, no switch arounds just there. Otherwise, we have once again Buzzwole, Mimikyu. Oh, and this time Mega Charizard's going to be banned on out.
Yeah, you know what? They tested it. They were like, maybe we can handle Mega Charizard. No, never mind. We're just going to go ahead and get rid of that one. Very interesting, though, Kello, that you pointed out. Switzerland opted for second pick once again. As the losing team of game number 1, you get to decide which side you want to be on. So I think they were like, yep, we have our strategy. We're going to just take out that Mega Charizard, and then we would rather take 2 high-value picks away from Spain this time. And look at that! We've got Oops All-Rounders in those band slots.
Oops All-Rounders, even though Blissey filled that gap the last time round. But yeah, all of them being that purple background. And, well, there we go. Another All-Rounder in that first pick position because Blaziken is available. Oscar's going to lock that one in, knowing that Charizard's not available. But Blissey, first pick for Switzerland here. What do you think about this?
Blissey, what a great pick here. I mean, when it's not banned, it is indeed picked. And this Blastoise now coming out, a Pokemon that Europe likes to throw into that top path, I've noticed. They kind of use it as more of an all-rounder, but it is still a very strong defender, and it can play with that EXP share on it. So we'll have to see what Switzerland wants to do with it, but how will Spain respond here, considering a couple of different attackers, including that Espeon, but they are going to go ahead and take the Mew, my favorite attacker right now, and I love watching a good Mew player play Mew.
No, I feel like we need to put a purple background on Mew as well because it can be quite all-rounderish being able to switch up the moveset depending on what it needs, but also being able to put on that experience share if they do want to run it as a support. But so far, they are running all those attacking items. Oh, are we going to see an Empoleon being selected here by Team Switzerland? Whoa. Yes, we are.
Wow. Okay, I mean, with all of those all-rounders banned out, then you have to kind of switch it up here when you're considering different all-rounders to bring into that top path or the central area, I guess, depending on what Snow wants to lock in. But Bertolo is going to take the Scissor, which I imagine will end up being Scyther. But if they do go with Scissor, that would at least be funny.
I'm wondering if it will be a Scyther considering they have Mew and Miraidon. So between those two, they are already quite squishy, and with Hooper support as well. Do we think this team, plus if they do have a Scyther, is going to be able to survive what Switzerland will bring, especially considering they've just last picked that Talonflame there?
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the items could kind of go either way, but usually if you are going to play Scissor, you would play it a little bit tankier, probably keep that focus band on there, but they have switched it out for an energy amplifier. So I think they're just trying to burst them down before Switzerland can really do anything. But very balanced composition here from Switzerland. They have the Brawl from Empoleon and some sustain. They have the Dive from Snow on that Talonflame, and they have a little bit of range with that Espeon pick. So it is going to be interesting, but once again, Switzerland has a more mid to late game composition besides that Espeon, which is probably the only one that is very strong early, and Spain prioritizing again that early game. So if Switzerland can keep Spain from running away with it in the early game, they definitely have a really good shot here.
Yeah, I think that's a thing from Team Switzerland. While they do look well-rounded, the traditional rainbow comp by having a Pokemon from each of those roles, having those 3 late scalers needing that stage 2, it's really going to be down to how well they can play this early game and get those Pokemon online. Otherwise, here we are, second game of the third place decider, the best of 3. If Team Spain are able to take this one, they're going to be coming third here.
This is going to be a fun one. 2 starter Pokemon in that top path, 3-stage evolutions, both of them going to be looking for their stacks and an opportunity to evolve as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the bottom path, trying to get that Espeon to level 4 is definitely going to be the priority here. But with Adesu and Amar in the bottom path with 2 Pokemon that are really strong early, it's going to be difficult to make sure that you're getting those secures.
Oh, yeah, just this little Eevee and Squirtle going up against this gigantic Miraidon who's just putting the pressure on. Otherwise, a great water gun coming out from that Squirtle to get that isolation and able to allow Snow to come in and get those KOs. So, you know, despite Switzerland looking like a tricky beginning, they actually managed to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, great pivot there from Snow to head down into that bottom path, and really smart. We saw that in game number 1 as well when the Talonflame was on the other side, where they were able to make it up early, and then even though losing a Pokemon or 2, they were able to bring it back after that rotation. Talonflame, though, does get pretty low. They will have to retreat, but Spain not able to bring back any KOs just yet. Except
also,
for that
one thing... Yeah, I did notice we do have Espeon that is running that Psyshock movement. Otherwise, before Volto is able to go and take down that Combusken, Oscitar is able to escape through the Hooper portal and then come back and finalize that KO themselves.
Ooh, Scyther trying to get 18 points in. Not going to make it happen. Hoopa will get them out, though, for free. So far, Spain hanging in there after losing a couple of Pokemon in that bottom path. But level 6 now for Oscitar. They're going to be looking for that 7 as soon as they can. But Prinplup now, Volto has made it back up into the top path. Only level 5, so you definitely don't want to give a KO up to that Prinplup. Blissey gets caught, though. They will be taken down. But look at Oscitar, very, very low. They're going to eject button. But no, not enough. They do end up getting taken down.
Yeah, they may have been able to escape via that hyperspace hole the first time, but Volto's not going to make that same mistake again. Otherwise, looking at these levels, we already have that Talonflame at that level 8 mark, as we have 3 members going up against the solo Espeon from Team Switzerland and quickly getting wiped out, allowing all of this Eos energy to be dunked.
Oh, Mew almost went down there to that future site after Espeon had already gotten taken down, but they were able to survive, probably because of the little bit of a level lead that they have built up. Look at this Scyther. You're right about being squishy. I feel like the Scyther has somehow avoided being taken down in all of these fights, but they're always making it out on less than a quarter HP.
Oh, another fight over that hyperspace hole, which are so well placed by Noah here. Just refreshing the HP of Oscitar, making sure they don't get knocked out otherwise. Looks like we do have that buff Reggie spawning up in the top path this time round. Regidrago's only getting secured, and that's going to go over to Team Spain.
Wow, great call there from Bertolo to go in, be able to make sure that they got that secure. They're using their double team, or not double team, what is it, double hit? I think that's the one that bounces around, whatever that one is. You guys know what I'm talking about. The one that bounces around, able to come in, get that last hit on the Regidrago, get some team-wide experience, and extend their lead. Blastoise, though, is able to make it up to that level 7, and Scyther will be able to burst down this Empoleon, so despite them being a little bit tankier and a little bit squishy on the side of Spain, this Scythe ripping through.
Yeah, they absolutely ripping through, being able to reach the double digits along with that Miraidon who's down in that bottom path, securing some more KOs, and Team Switzerland looking to try and gather up at the top path, considering this pad hasn't been broken yet. It's just whether they can work together as a team to finalize a KO. Ooh. Yes, they do. Straight onto Oscitar on the Blaziken along with the Mew.
Very risky play there for the Blaziken to go in for another stack. I don't think they thought they were going to go down there. I think they were assuming they would be able to make it into the hyperspace hole, but great pivot there from Switzerland to pick up that KO. And now you do have level 10 on that Empoleon. They are keeping pace, and Scyther will go down here, not able to defend that top goal zone. And though Regieleki goes over to Spain in the bottom path, and Espeon gets taken down, the Regieleki throwing some hands down there. Switzerland will still get a bit of return score in the top.
Yeah, that Regieleki is going to break that pad, so Team Spain unable to pressure that tier 2, but instead they're going to pivot towards this central area and take away these buffs. Looks like Blaziken was able to get that blue one, looking for a KO, but once again these hyperspace hole clutches to just go and save Oscitar time and time again.
That was a lot of mechanical movement there from both of those sides. You had the eject button of the overheat to try to get the Talonflame, but at the same time, they used the flame sweep. Hoopa will get caught out there, pushed out of their hyperspace hole, and they will get taken down. But that's not the KO you wanted when you could have had the Blaziken.
Yeah, I mean, look, a KO is a KO nonetheless there, but I can definitely see why Team Switzerland have opted for that Blastoise. Such a great counter in those into those hyperspace holes from that Hoopa. Otherwise, Rings Unbound is going to be popped on out. Blastoise is able to successfully take out their Hydro Typhoon, but not able to get a KO secure.
Wow, Blaziken almost going down there, but they are able to survive on a little bit of a shield, take down multiple members here with the help of the Miraidon. Blissey goes down as well. This is going to be a free 48 points, extending their lead over 200 points now. And Regirock likely going to be going over to Team Spain. Talonflame is considering going up there, but no, they are just going to allow Team Spain to have that win and focus on opportunities to score.
Yeah, but, great timing. We could see on that mini-map that Miraidon ended up jumping down in this bottom path as we have the supporters brawling it out in Team Switzerland's central area. Oscar potentially looking for some KOs here. No, instead they're going to focus on this blue buff and successfully take it away from Team Switzerland once again.
Yeah, well-timed Psyshock, but not quite enough there. Talonflame will land a fly, but with a level 12 Blaziken, going to be a little bit difficult to do as much burst damage as you would want to. Regieleki now has spawned in the bottom path. 4 members of Team Switzerland are down here. Blaziken trying to catch the Talonflame. The Bliss Assistance is a little bit on time. Perfectly able to take down those 2 carries.
Yeah, that is some huge KOs for Team Switzerland, along with taking down that Mew. It's going to allow them to just focus on that Regieleki, the Secret 6 member, and whether they're going to utilize this extra pressure to push this bottom tier 1 pad. It looks like they are, but Spain, well, they're quickly running up this flux zone. Still makes it in!
Oh, it makes it in! 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. The teams don't want to use the Unite moves just yet, and Spain is able to make it back to be able to defend this goal zone, so keeping it up, but still, Switzerland has taken the score lead. Talonflame now has to walk away, but interestingly, that was a really intense fight for so soon before Groudon spawns, so Blissey likely won't have their Bliss Assistance, and the Flame Sweep also is missing on Switzerland's side. On the other side, we just have the Brave Future Meteor Storm currently missing for them. So definitely the Unite move advantage here. The Brave Future Meteor Storm is now back. You can see the little white dot above Miraidon's head is now filled. So 5 Unite moves versus, the Blissey got it back as well. So full fight here.
Full fight. Espeon is going to utilize their Unite move along with Blastoise. However, neither of them are able to catch any of Team Spain out. Team Spain are just poking out, slowly damaging this Blastoise. Charge Beam is also trying to look for a KO, but no KOs just yet as Flame Sweep goes and locks down Oscar down, but it's just not enough. All Unite moves, bar one being the Empoleon, have been utilized now.
Yeah, wow, nobody down yet. Hoopa is getting caught, though. Empoleon does get caught in the backside by 5, and now it's 5 versus 4. They find Talonflame in that bush, and a couple of high damage moves will hit them, but the heals are coming out. Hoopa able to make it back through the hyperspace. Hole and Blissey will also get caught here and goes down. Spain moving as a unit here. The future sight hits, but it's not going to be enough on Oscar. Espeon goes down, and now members of Team Switzerland just being picked off. But I don't know, Kello. Spain doesn't know that they're losing, so they're going to have to start working on this Groudon.
Yeah, it's 207 to 238. We do have Voltorb on the Empoleon here looking for a secure, but it ends up being a Bertolo on the Scyther to go and lock that down for Team Spain. It's just a matter of whether they can get any goals on in because there's not much of a margin here.
Oh, Blastoise goes down. They are going to be able to get the points in. That's going to be the lead for Team Spain. Switzerland has to get some KOs and make it back to the other side. But Kello, I don't think that's what's going to happen here. We might be seeing that 2-0 sweep from Team Spain as they throw in more hundo burgers. 11 seconds left. The countdown is on. Spain is going to be locking in that 3rd place finish.
Just when things were looking a bit dire for Team Spain after Team Switzerland secured that Reggie Alecki, they managed to go and make a comeback, get multiple KOs, and of course knock out that Groudon for all of those scoring buffs. In the end, it ends up being 653 points to 238. So we can lock in and congratulate Team Spain for coming in third place here at the Unity European Cup.
And look at these numbers as well. Amar was playing support Mew with the most KOs on the team. So support Mew or carry Mew? That is going to be the question. But locking in that MVP is going to be Oscatar. They didn't care too much about their Mega Charizard being banned. They were still able to bring it out with that Blaziken. Very well played by Team Spain.
And I have got to say, big shout out to Noah on the Hooper there. Those hyperspace holes multiple times were so well timed and allowing, I guess, Oscatar to go and make such an impact, and the rest of that team as well. This Hooper managed to reach 21 assists.
Yeah, it's 66,000 damage as well. And I'm getting notified from Shiv here that the Hoopa actually was auto-picked because they crashed in drafts. So they didn't mean to pick Hoopa, but they were able to bring out a fantastic game. It worked really well for them. They were doing a lot of damage as well as bringing in those supporters. But it was a pick that ended up working out really well for them.
It really, really did. But otherwise, well played to Team Spain there. Both Oscatar and Adesu ended up both reaching that 81k damage dealt well. So that was a really fun set to watch between these two teams. But that does lock in our third place, which means we'll do have our final set coming on up, being the grand finals. But first, we need to watch some highlights.
Yeah, I mean, if this was such an exciting third and fourth place match, imagine how exciting it's going to be for you all to witness the grand finals with us. Let's take a look at some of these replays where we did have Volto perform very well on this Empoleon. I really do think Empoleon is still extremely strong. You just have to be prepared for how much time it takes to get online. And this is where we did see Switzerland getting a lot of KOs, but then the Talonflame went down there and they were just unable to bring it back.
I've got to say, though, it was quite back and forth between these two teams as well. I feel like Team Switzerland actually managed to keep up with Team Spain quite well during this match. Obviously, they ended up taking that lead just before that Groudon, but like looking at the scoreboard, there was never really that 100 points difference between them.
Yeah, like you wouldn't have known how well Team Spain was doing if you were just looking at the score, because Switzerland did a great job using the Talonflame especially to run around the map, get some scores in as they could, and then see if they could bring that back, because it did force Spain to have to go for that Groudon. But this was that fight where Switzerland did get the Regieleki in, but then lost a lot of their members and had to run away here. And that kind of started off how difficult that fight ended up being for them here.
Yeah, and we had there both of the Espeon and the Blastoise utilizing their Unite moves, but Team Spain quickly pivoting away, making sure to not get caught up in it, and just go and recalibrate, get some Hooper Portal resets, and lead Team Switzerland into that chokehold. That way they were able to get some KOs, and then go and take down the rest of them.
Yeah, they're just very well playing with their team fight. And we were both worried about the squishiness, but they were really able to make sure that that did not affect them, especially by being so ahead early. But, Kello, we do have our interview from Team Spain. We have Adesu with us. Adesu, can you hear us? Just a second, he said. Okay. Just a second, he said. But we are going to have him eventually.
Yes, we'll have Adesu there coming in for interview, they did end up playing that Maride on the past 2 sets there. I know I normally, well, actually, no, they played the Maride on that round and then the Latias the previous round. So just going and showing the versatility that Adesu has, whether it be supporter or whether it be attacker. And there we go. There is the legend themselves. Hello, Adesu. Congratulations once again on Team Spain reaching that 3rd place. How are you feeling about that?
That's fine. I mean, it's a bit like sad after what we did yesterday. It was so close to win against France, and we have like an internal dispute against it. Let's say Spain versus France is something that it's always collide, not only in Unite but in other esports as well. But it's fine. I think we did a good job today. Good job, GG's as well for Switzerland and my team that we play with the 2 subs because let's say 2 of the people from the main roster were in a handover. But they did super well, and I'm very proud of them as well.
That's awesome. Honestly, the information getting leaked here that 2 members of Team Spain are dealing with a hangover on this Sunday morning. Well, it's Sunday morning for me. What time is it for you right now, Adesu?
It's 3:57.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Nice. So, I guess my question is, what was kind of your strategy was, at least from my perspective, it seemed very early game focused and very not as prioritizing brawling as much as prioritizing bursting. How did you kind of work around that type of strategy?
We just figured out in the draft. First game, since we have Charizard, Mega Charizard is really a strong character, everybody knows it. We suffer in solo kills, of course. But it has a weakness, which is the early game, so you want to help him in early game. So once you have Mega Charizard, I try to draft something that can help him to reach his power level sooner, let's say. And then you can enjoy Mega Charizard for the rest of the game. And on the second game, it was more like just react to what they pick and try to look for comfort picks. We have Aymar, which is not a defender main. He could play Umbreon, Snorlax, but I know he's really comfortable on Mew, so we just play double attacker on both. That's fine.
Well, thank you so much for that breakdown, Adesu. Yeah, it did end up working out there. I mean, yeah, we heard about the Hooper not being that intentional pick there, so I guess all's well, that ends well. I can't remember the actual saying there, but yes, words. But I guess before we end up letting you go here, Adesu, is there any final words or shout outs you'd like to say, especially to those that were supporting Team Spain and your country after all?
Thanks to everyone, like really much. Thanks to you too, Kelo and Husky. I'm a big fan. Thanks to organization for making this. I think we did a fine job. Spain went from 0-9, like not winning any single game in 3 years to be top first. So we have an improvement there, right? We couldn't do worse, not gonna lie. But yeah, we had a lot of fun. Thanks to my team, they were showing up into the screens. They were super committed, really good players, all of them, 7 of them. Very proud to work with them, and I think they are really good players. And I think they're gonna perform well this year as well. I have very hopes on them, and just thank you, for real. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you all around. Thank you, Adesu, and thank you, Team Spain there for going and participating in the Unite European Cup. But yeah, I hope you end up enjoying the rest of your afternoon there, only being close to 4 p.m. But yeah, hopefully you enjoy the rest of the matches for our grand finals. But let's head it on over, say bye to Adesu, and well, there we go. First set done for the day. How are you feeling headed into this grand finals though, Husky?
I mean, if that one was as exciting as we just saw, I am really looking forward to seeing this best of 5 grand finals. But first, while we get everything set up, we are going to take a very short break, so don't go anywhere. As Kyle likes to say, grab a drink, grab a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the European Cup 2025 finals. My name is Husky. I've got Kello here. We are not done yet. We've still got the most exciting match of the day. And I would like to introduce to you the creator of the European Cup, also known as just some guy, Pump. Welcome to the show. Happy to have you here.
Thank you, Husky. Thank you for the invitation. I'm honored to be here once again, like last year in the beginning of the grand final, especially with Team France competing.
Yes, that is going to be so interesting. So I guess you have already kind of stated what your bias is, but what are your predictions for how this grand finals is going to shake out here between these two teams?
From as long as I can remember, I love the Nantes guys, past Nantes guys, Gatliou and Adesso, but I always cheered against Gatliou because he's the French slayer. He basically slayed every team with French players in it. So today, it is revenge time. So 3-0 for France.
So once allies, now enemies, now that they're meeting each other in the grand finals. But I mean, one thing I've got to know. We know that it's you, Pump, because of your signature Pokemon jacket there, which we always know you end up rocking. But I guess in the meantime, obviously, you know, this has been going on for 4 years. This is the 4th year that the Unite European Cup has gone on. I guess just how are you feeling just seeing your legacy being continued on after all of this time?
This is really cool, especially with Shivam's team and the production I can see on this broadcast, which really improved when back in the days I was just in my room and just screaming over some Switzerland-Italy matchups. And yeah, especially the United European Cup continuing also is cool. The weekly is continued also with Le Paulette in French and we see many European players competing as well. So all these projects are started, which are still being held. I mean, it's I can be proud of that. You know, this kind of legacy is still here, and I'm really happy to see all these competitions still going on.
I think
Yeah,
when I
that's
think
gonna-
about Unite, oh, sorry. I was going to
No,
say,
no,
when
go
we
ahead.
think about competitive Unite, really, you are the foundation there. You were one of those first creators to go and create these tournaments for the European scene. So, you know, without you building those blocks first on out, you know, we probably wouldn't have something like this here today to be able to continue on for the Europeans. So just a big thank you and shout out for, you know, taking those steps many years ago and, you know, using that mastermind of yours to go and develop something and to be able to help Shivam and the Unity Clash crew just go and continue that on and let it flourish. But Husky, I'll pass it over to you now.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
that mastermind
yeah.
could help me just climb the ladder a bit faster, I would be happy about that.
Well, look, you don't have to be a great ladder player to know what you're talking about in Pokemon Unite. I think we casters have proven that time and time again. But Pump, yeah, thank you for joining us. Love the fit as always. We always got to do the fit checks on the casts. So if you in the chat did not know of Pump and his contributions to Grassroot, please do give him his flowers, because it's turned into something that is really important for the competitive scene to continue thriving, especially in the grassroots grassroots scene, I guess. So yeah, it's been a great time. Happy to be here myself to be able to cast this grand finals, even though I'm NA. Contributing to the European Cup is really a big treat for me. So happy to have you here, get to be able to talk to you.
Yeah,
about.
and this is cool with Kelo from OC as well. So it's really cool to see that this European Cup can gather other countries as well.
Yes, absolutely. And we do have a couple of those players that you were talking about. The French Slayer himself is here, and Qatar as well from Team France. So Gatliou and Qatar we're going to bring them in to also get some feedback from them and some information on how we expect this match to go. Gatlu and Qatar, can you two hear us?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Hello.
Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of an echo from, because I think I'm hearing through vMix and through Discord.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
we have
should
to
fix
mute on
it. But
Discord.
welcome to the show, and we're excited to have you both. We're really excited to be casting your grand finals match. Let's start with Gatlu here. How are you doing? This is on your channel, so how's it going?
I mean, I'm doing great. I'm very proud of all the production
muted.
and everything. Oh. I'm very proud about all the production and everything behind the Unity Clash and the European Cup. It's very exciting to play it every single year. It's always like there's like a lot of practice behind everything behind the scenes, right? For the teams, but also for the management and the Unity Clash. So very honored to be able to compete in these type of events, but also just showcase our strength from Team Germany as a region.
Yes, absolutely. Qatar, what about you? How are you feeling going into this final match?
I'm good. We played very well with the team. We had a lot of practice, especially with Remy. He coached us how to play, how to review. We did a very good job in group, and we're gonna win this final.
Okay, you heard it here first. Kella, what questions do you have for them?
Oh, I mean, well, we know Qatar's just said they're going to go and win it there for Team France, but I guess what would that mean to you and the team to be able to take that? Well, you actually ended up, this isn't your first rodeo in the grand finals either. I know you ended up becoming the champions back in 2023. So what would it be to become the champions once again of the Unite European Cup for Team France there?
Yeah, in France we have very good talents. Like we have Jutao, Megu, BH3, G5, the years before, sorry. We have very good peoples. Maybe probably one of the best region in EU. I had a really good choice to do this year.
Well, I guess we'll have to see whether, you are the best team, the best country there in the European region. And same question to you, Gatlu. I know you ended up making it to the grand finals last year in 2024. However, you weren't able to take that championship title. So what would it mean to you and the rest of the team to become the champions of the 2025 Unite European Cup?
It would mean a lot for Team Germany since we haven't won one yet. And I believe that this year Team Germany is very strong. We have a very good bond. We are laughing together, competing. Yesterday we beat Switzerland. We were very happy about it. And I think we just keep building on this momentum and see how it goes, because I do believe that we have what it takes to win this year.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be, I guess what Qatar said it. We're gonna see if they're the best country in the EU, but they're at least one of the best too. So I guess we will see. Pump, what do you have to say to these two teams carrying on the European League legacy that you started?
I have a first question for Gatlu, maybe at first. Gatlu, we know each other for a long time. I know you are used to play finals and win them as well, but I have some data. Since the creation of the Unite European Cup, you faced Team France 5 times. 4 times Team France beat you. I think it is important to remember this stat. I will repeat it. 4 times France won against Germany. So I know you are used to play in grand finals and win them, but is there some kind of rivalry with Team France, and is it maybe impacting the way you are approaching this grand final, knowing that it's kind of a nemesis to Team France for you?
I think it's more like how the team Germany built up over the years. I think this year, especially this year, I feel like I have a team that even if I'm not there to like help them when they play as 4, they will be fine. They don't need me. They know how to play. We have Toast, a new addition to Team Germany. We have Aaron, which is literally his neighbor. So they have a synergy there. And I believe just this year, like, all of us are in sync together. So I don't need to carry the team. The team carries itself. So I really believe that this year we're just gonna beat Team France. And I'm gonna slay France once again.
Yeah, okay. And for Qatar, I don't have any question because he already answered. I wanted to know if he's sure that he's gonna win. He said that he was gonna win. So yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I
sure
don't have
because-
anything to say to Team France. Yeah,
Okay.
they know what they have to do.
They know what they have to do. Absolutely. This is going to be a really interesting set. Thank you, Gatlu. Thank you, Qatar, for taking a couple minutes to talk to us before this match gets started. You guys can get yourselves ready. We are about to jump in here in just a minute. Thank you so much to Pump as well for taking a couple minutes out to also appear today and, you know, continue on with the legacy of the European Cup. Pump, anything else that you want to shout out to the chat, to the fans, to everybody else?
Shout out to the French commentary from Purple with all the chat. I know they're going to send a lot of energy to the players, and Qatar and these teammates know that, and it will be really impactful. So I trust you guys to send all the support like you always do to the Team France. And yeah, let's go Qatar. You will do it. I know, man. And yeah, sorry, got you for that, but I'm gonna cheer for Team France once again.
Makes sense.
Yeah, cheering for Team France. It feels like visiting team a bias because like we're on Gatlu's channel, so it's like home field advantage for the chat on Gatlu's channel. So you know, a little bit of a disadvantage there. Home team usually has the advantage, so we will see what ends up happening. But we're saying goodbye to Pump for now, but you're going to be watching, cheering for Team France, and we are going to be bringing you the best of 5 grand finals. This is it.
Yeah, drum roll, here we go. Thanks again to Pump there. And all the best to Gatlu and Qatar and their teams. But yeah, as we said, best of 5. We've already covered some of the storylines here. Both of these teams being able to make it to the grand finals in opposite years here. Team France being able to take a championship there, but Team Germany not. But also, I mean, the fact that Team Germany have a 20% win rate against Team France here, I mean, I guess this is their comeback arc. If they can go and show that they can beat, in Gatlu's words, beat France once again for the second time.
Yes, I mean, this is going to be really interesting. So in the semifinals, which were both best of 5 matches, Germany played against Switzerland. They were able to beat them 3-1. But the France and Spain matchup, as we heard a little bit from Adesu, was so close, 3-2. France ended up taking that one. So both teams coming in after some very close matchups in the semifinals. And we saw how exciting Switzerland versus Spain was. So the fact that Spain almost beat out France and could have been the team in your grand finals makes for a very interesting story.
Yeah, we just had the team graphic there for Germany. I know it's just switched over to France here, but we do have Qatar, Nachos, Greg, Kranix, and Resu over here. So, as he said, it isn't their first rodeos. Whether they can go and take the championship title for the Unite European Cup for 2023 and 2025, we'll have to wait and see. They did end up coming third last year, actually. Well, I guess this was where they actually lost to Team Germany, which was none other than Team Germany 2-1. So it's their redemption arc for them. It's a redemption arc for both of them, really.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams, I was looking at the bracket, so I didn't see when the Germany graphic came back up, but both teams, obviously, are very stacked with incredible players from the EU region. And I mean, a lot of these players also have had such a story just over the past, year or so. Players that have really come up in the competitive scene as a whole and become some mainstays on a lot of these top teams. So having a win in the European Cup in 2025 will also provide a lot of momentum going into the competitive season that is about to start, Kello. LAIC is right around the corner.
Yeah, it's next weekend. Can you believe
Isn't that crazy?
Not only do we have LAIC and Unite Esports season starting off, we are also going to have ACL starting off next week as well. So really, it's just 2 big weekends back to back for the Unite fandom there.
Oh yeah, and the competitive season is so exciting. I always feel like we end up in a little bit of a lull in the off season where we're all like, what's going on with Unite? And then the competitive season just brings so much excitement and fun to the game, and it's just so much fun to be able to look forward to some of these tournaments going on. So a lot of these players are looking to enter into the competitive season on a good note, and this could be the start for these 2 teams.
Yeah, as you said, it's just that extra boost in morale, even if they do end up, splitting their ways and end up on different teams, moving on into that Unite season. But I think it's also just that chance to be able to build back those routines again and just get into that Unite zone and everything, and also just be able to challenge themselves, potentially, work with other players that they may have not been able to team up with previously before. In the end, each of these individual players have their strengths, they have their weaknesses, but it's just a matter of how they can conquer these in the short amount of time that they have been together for the Unite European Cup.
Absolutely. And here we are in our first draft of the grand finals, and we've already got our bans situated. I was gonna say Suicune notably not banned already with the mind games coming in, and they are going to be first picked by Germany. Cranex grabs the Blastoise, a Pokemon that France loves to play in that top path. That means they also get Lissy, Kello.
Yeah, picking up the supporter and defender first up, knowing that there are a limited supply for them. Otherwise, it looks like Team Germany are going to answer back with a Mew and a Crustle pick. This is going to be the first Crustle that we are seeing here today. It was the top of the leaderboard of the most picked defender, also top of the leaderboard all round that we have seen for this tournament.
Yeah, Crustle, first Crustle of the day, always super exciting to me. And it feels like France knows exactly what their strategy is on the other side. They're very quickly picking up those Pokemon, and Nachos, unsurprisingly, gonna go ahead and lock in that Zoroark. One of those players that does not need a Comfey pocket. They can do the worst of things on that Pokemon without it. But Germany rounding out their composition with the Garchomp and the Dodrio. So this is interesting. I feel like Garchomp still strong, but not often prioritized, but it can do pretty well in the top path early, so it could potentially prevent this Blastoise from getting online.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have that Blastoise there, considering Qatar does have the experience share, so that more all-rounder build for that Blastoise with the Focus Band, Muscle Band, and a Rapid Fire Scarf. But I'm really intrigued to see how this one goes and which path this Suicune ends up going into. Which path do you think they're going to go into here?
I don't know. Probably the top path if they're going to be in that supporter role, but I can also see them pivoting the Crustle up there as well. The fact that we're seeing a Suicune come out and these teams were prioritizing different bans to try to force out specific picks is already really interesting, because we're seeing some of those top Pokemon. But here we go. I guess we will find out.
Yep, first match of the grand finals here. Team Germany up against Team France, and we already have that answer to that question. Suicune is heading up into that top path, paired up with that Gible.
Yeah, the Gible. One of my favorite techs is that Gible cheese early, because it does so much damage, surprisingly, that you just do not expect it. But in this bottom path, we do have the Mew playing a damage-focused build. So Mew, another one of those Pokemon that can flex between supporter and an attacker. And this time, it is going to be playing in that attacker slot. And in the top path, we already have Blastoise getting pretty close to that level 4. Level 5 is definitely needed if they want to start doing some damage.
Yeah, but it's just poking at each other for the time being, prioritizing securing these wild Pokemon, as we do have Toast on the Dodrio coming up early to put that pressure up on the top path. Meanwhile, Zoroark has decided to actually prioritize the Xatu in that middle section before pivoting down a bot, where we still have a Dweeble, so not fully evolved just yet.
Yeah, and here comes Nachos on that Zoroark. Fantastic hit there of the Rock Slide to keep them from doing their full combo. Not able to get any KOs, which is very good if you're Germany. You don't want to let that Zoroark start snowballing and getting those KOs. They do find the Dodrio, but they are able to get away for the time being. Not too much happening right now. Both teams just prioritizing getting their experience. We have a level 5 on that Wartortle. And we do have now level 5 on that Gabite.
Yeah, getting those evolutions slowly but surely, and a great push that from that water gun to go and prevent Team Germany from securing any of those Natu there. 7 seconds left to go until that Regidrago does spawn, so it'll be interesting to see whether either of these teams go and prioritize that straight away or just go pressure these pads instead.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're sending 3 to the bottom for France, 3 to the top for Germany to try to pick up some KOs. Dodrio does walk in here. They are level 7, but Wartortle doing a great job of defending this goal zone. A couple points will go in, but Dodrio goes down on the return. 52 points now for Germany, but at what cost? You've got level 7 on that Blastoise.
Level 7 on that Blastoise. They are 50 points behind, but now the pressure is on as they're looking for some dunks. But Gatlu doing a great job of going and defending and preventing Nachos from getting that 30. But, well, Resu, they're going to block him out, allowing France to finally get some points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, not too much Gatlu can do there. They're by themselves against 2 very tanky Pokemon as well as Zoroark, which can really avoid a lot of the damage that Gatlu is trying to do on that Garchomp. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out later in the game. Looks like Dodrio now looking for their level 9, and Zoroark already has it. So both teams trying to get as much experience as possible. France prioritizing this Registeel. Mew potentially looking for a secure, not going to find it.
No, it is going to be captured by France there just to give him a bit of extra momentum. However, Zoroark does end up getting taken down to Toast there, who was able to make a quick escape. And now we have Dodo putting up that Rock Tomb to prevent that Blastoise from moving on forward, trying to slowly make it back to pad to safety, and they are successful after that. And Resu, they did end up having their Unite move after all that fighting, but they decided to hold on to it for the time being.
I mean, look at this Blastoise, level 9 already, and almost hitting that level 9 for Snorlax as well to already get everybody's Unite moves on. I feel like you don't normally see that where everybody has the Unite moves on by the time the 6-minute mark hits, but that is what we're seeing for France, prioritizing a lot of that experience. But now that Blastoise is at level 9, that's fantastic for them because they don't have to worry about getting level locked at any point. They are very far ahead and can really just prioritize doing a ton of damage, getting a lot of poke, and setting up great Unite moves.
Yeah, they have managed to reach that level 10, and after all of that brawling as well, France have managed to take that lead. As we are close to the halfway mark, it's 52 points to 138 with France in the lead, but whoa, Gatlu on the Gabite ends up getting taken down, so it looks like they're the ones that are getting evolve locked.
Yeah, they are not able to get that level 9 right now, which is definitely detrimental. They're going to need to get a piece of experience somewhere. And right now, France moving forward into the enemy central area. They don't pick up the KO on that Crustle, but they do break the bottom goal zone. And the Zoroark just ripping through Team Germany right now. They're going to continue pushing forward. Garchomp can't get there in time to stop any of these scores. 271 now, and looking for an opportunity to break this tier 2 goal zone, Kello.
My golly gosh, France have dunked in so many points, leaving it on 2. But not only that, they've managed to gain so many levels. We already have 2 level 12s on Team France, being Zoroark and that Blaziken. But it looks like we have a Regieleki here, which Germany is trying to secure the unstoppable Blaziken, whether they can get the lockdown. But no, it ends up being Toast on the Dodrio to take that momentum from France away.
little bit early there on that overheat from the Blaziken. They weren't able to lock that Regieleki down, but I still feel like they're pretty happy with where they are. They almost have a 300-point lead. Now they're trying to shrink that. Regieleki does walk in before Blissey can get there. The goal zone will be broken here. 152 points, but France still very comfortable with their score lead.
Oh, yeah, very comfortable indeed. And considering they still have that top tier 1 pad available for them, there is just so much room for France to work with, as we can see Nachos diving straight in and being able to take out not 1 but 2 members of Team Germany so far.
I don't know if you can give Nachos this Pokemon. Like, even with the CC that they have with Suicune and Crustle, I feel like Crustle does a great job of countering Zoroark, but with a player that good and that familiar with the Pokemon, I feel like you just can't let them have it. As soon as Nachos gets going, it's really difficult to stop them from snowballing.
And the fact that they're able to do this demonstrate that they don't even need the Comfey on their side, which Team Germany tried to prevent. Just being able to wreck house with this Pokemon, as squishy as it can be, is really showing dividends. Otherwise, a top push here, as we do have those Infinite Ice Spikes coming on out. Unfortunately, it's not able to take out any of Team France, as Gatlu's diving straight into the backline with their own Unite move, looking for a KO. But Team France, a great defense, being able to knock out 4 members of Team Germany here, and it's only Dodo on the Crustle left standing. But maybe not for long.
We saw the Zoroark come around the back as well, finds the Crustle too, and they're going to be able to keep pushing. Suicune has made it into the top half, but a great timed yawn there from Guitar is able to get their points in anyway. France starting to run away with this game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but that's a Unite move from the Zoroark that comes out to try to make sure that they don't go down here. They're not going to have that for the final Groudon fight, which could be good for Germany to come back, but it doesn't even matter. Nachos doesn't need a Unite move. They're just going to continue to rip through every single member of Team Germany.
They are 3 levels above the highest level that is on Team Germany, being a level 15 already. Not only that, we have a Blaziken that's at that level 14 mark. So I guess time will tell whether that Unite move is going to cost them, or unless they're just going to go and rip up this Groudon straight away.
Yeah, nobody's even there. No one even showed up to the central area. They were dealing with the Regieleki because it was a base Regieleki. They didn't want that win condition to happen, and Team France easily going to rip through that Groudon objective, take control of this game, and never give it up. Hundo Burgers dunking on in, and Regieleki also, to put the icing on the cake, the cherry on top of it, just going to walk into.
Yeah, that's just going to make any points instant there, but I guess with 1:20 seconds on the clock, it's up to Team Germany whether they can secure any of these KOs. But Blissey is just being able to heal up their allies to full HP. That way, no matter what Team Germany throw at them, it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, now a little bit of a party on the base, and I mean, they can't get any KOs. They're just not enough damage on any of these Pokemon. So very, very well played game number 1 from France. I don't think that Germany was expecting that banning out the Comfey meant nothing to France. They're still going to pick whatever they want. With a lot of teams, usually banning out Comfey effectively bans out a lot of other Pokemon that are commonly played with Comfey as a pocket, but not for Team France. It doesn't really matter if they have Comfey or not. They'll just use the pocket Blissey instead, and Nachos doesn't even need the healing. They're just going to go in, completely rip through objectives, and that's what they do.
Yeah, I mean, what a first game to start off this grand finals, a best of 5. Team France, as you said, just ripping straight on through Team Germany throughout that match, and finally the objectives and the Groudon, and really just making a statement here for Team France, and I'd say making Pump proud so far.
Yeah, so far so good. If you are for Team France, already hitting over 1,000 points in game number 1. Germany's really going to have to pivot here. So I wonder if they will continue to go with that first pick and go with the ban strategy that they have, or if we will see them kind of switch up and try to ban out Pokemon like Zoroark that Nachos can play very well. Look at that, 13-8 for that player, as well as the most points scored on the team. Very clearly one of the reasons why they were able to pull out that victory.
So, yeah, my same sentiments exactly. Are they actually going to ban out this Zoroark and replace that with a Comfey instead? Because I feel like Nachos have demonstrated, yeah, they don't need that Comfey on their side. They're able to just go and make do with whatever team composition they have. So definitely back to the drawing board for Team Germany there. Looking at their stats board, they weren't able to pick up many KOs besides Aaron there on the Mew with the 4, but being able to dish out 81k damage. But there we go. Blissey, Greg reaching the 1-1-1 healing there, be able to just sustain their team, allowing not just Nachos to do over 90k, but also Resu and Kranix as well on the Blastoise and the Blaziken to reach over that 90k damage dealt.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about how the Zoroark was really difficult to deal with, but I think a lot of the success of Team France was that they were able to get that Blastoise online before Garchomp could do anything, and those are kind of the two Pokemon that are most focused on that late game, making sure that they can get to level 13 by the end of the game, and Blastoise got to level 7 so fast that it just set them up for success, and a lot of that was because of Greg and the healing that they were able to provide and just timing their Unite moves perfectly. But let's take a look at how we got here in game number 1, France early breaking of this goal zone.
Yeah, I think recognizing that Germany still had a few seconds to go before jump pads were available to just go and take that risk, emptying out all of their EOS energy, leaving it on 2 points, was such a great call from France to just keep that pressure on and be able to keep a lot of the score lead for this match. They didn't end up breaking it until a bit later on, but I mean, even then, it's not just the aggression, but it's also great defense, as we saw up here in this top path by Team France.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this Blastoise. I feel like it was really powerful, and because it was doing a ton of damage, and it was also providing a ton of extra support and bulkiness. And I think personally, I am a hater of top path Blastoise. But when it does work and you are able to get it online early enough, it absolutely carries the games. But I think that most teams can't really figure out how to make sure that it gets online early enough, which ends up leading to games where you're just trying to funnel some experience into the Blastoise, which can be extremely detrimental and, cause a lot of... sorry, my cat has arrived. Let's...
Cat, you say? I have a cat of my own. I have a Springer here. Yes. I don't know if we're going to end up seeing any kitties being selected here for the Unity European Cup. But
I need that Squishmallow. I need that one so bad.
Yes.
I feel like I need to have that one. But yeah. So anyway, seeing the Blastoise top path was very interesting, and seeing it be so successful, I feel like was also interesting. And look at that, Kello. It is banned out.
Yeah, it was just too much of a threat that Germany have decided to actually prioritize banning that. But Comfey has been set out free. No Zoro ban arc either. So I'm wondering if Team France are going to end up selecting the Zoroark pick once again. But Suicune, first lock-in for Team Germany. Over on the other side, Blissey and Snorlax once again.
Yeah. Not surprising to see Suicune still prioritized in that first pick slot, but that does mean you give over Blissey, which we talked about. Greg's Blissey was such a linchpin in that game number 1 that I don't know how much more beneficial that is, especially because Suicune did not really do that much to prevent how difficult it was to deal with France's team composition. But look at this, Kello. We do see Serena coming out.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I guess in terms of Zarina, if we take it back to the stats board, Zarina was 4th. top played all-rounder during this tournament. So pairing that up there with the Lucario for their second lock-ins. It'll be interesting to see how Team Germany round this team out. Mimikyu!
That's what we were talking about earlier. The Mimikyu will come out. Toast is going to take that Pokemon, and I wonder what build we will see. And this time, no Zoroark for Nachos. They are going to go with the Talonflame instead. I feel like Nachos is going to be good on anything, but I do love this Talonflame pick, especially into the amount of CC that Team Germany has. And if Mimikyu does go with the Shadow Sneak moveset, you can use Fly to avoid a lot of that. And a well-timed Fly can avoid so much of what Team Germany has set up. So it's going to be a really interesting one to see. I'm also interested in seeing how well this Lucario ends up doing here, because France has sacrificed any range for some of this extra brawling and burst.
Yeah, and considering that we don't have that range on Team France, I'm assuming this is where we will see that Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak moveset being selected for Toast over that Trick Room, because we know that Trick Room works a lot better into those ranged characters. It's just a matter of whether they can land those targets and be able to sustain the brawliness that Team France are bringing. But second match here for the grand finals, that is a best of 5. We have Team Germany once again on the purple side, Team France on the orange.
And there we go. We got Suicune heading up into that top path once again. This time they're going to be fighting against Lucario. And they are going to be the team that has to deal with a 3-stage evolution. So a little more late game focused here for them. Whereas Lucario doesn't have to evolve. And they're going to be strong right from the start. Already a pause though. We're just going to try to keep y'all in suspense here.
Yes, keep us in suspense as we just make sure that everything is a-okay to progress on through with this match. So, unsure what, whether we have a DC or what has caused this, but I'm sure we'll get this match underway to you ASAP very shortly. But I guess, looking at the mini map here while we have it on the screen, Husky. Well, there we go. I was gonna say, what are you thinking about how they've set up these lanes? But
yeah, I mean, I think they're playing Mimikyu in that speedster slot, like we were talking about, how it's flexible. So we're still kind of having this more traditional style of attacker in the bottom path for Germany, top path all-rounder over there, and then speedster in the central area. But Serena being in the bottom path, I think, is the most interesting decision here from France. They're kind of playing it in more of that traditional attacker style, but it does still need to get some stacks, which can be difficult against Espeon, especially now that it's at level 4.
No, I think that's the thing as well with Team France. 3 of their Pokemon are running that attack weight, so definitely need to try and get some stacks, and what better way to do it than land some KOs to go and create an opening for Lucario and Blissey to get some dunks, and I say Nachos is going to get an attack weight stack of their own.
So we're just receiving word that Nachos needed to put their glasses on, and that's why there was a pause. So this time, they're locking in for this game. Apparently, they were playing without full vision in that game number 1. So, I guess this is the part. I guess this is the part of, like the anime when like you think that it's hard enough already, and then the boss like reaches their second form that's even more powerful. I feel like that's what we're dealing with here.
Oh, the second phase of Nachos has gone and been born, reincarnated there. Not that they ended up getting taken down, but has their glasses on now. We do have that Regidrago spawning on in as some more points go on in down in that bottom path. Nobody is prioritizing this Regidrago just yet. Instead, just looking for an opening here.
We do have Mimikyu with that Shadow Claw and Shadow Sneak moveset, ripping this down very fast. Blissey almost steals it away with an Egg Bomb, but the Psyshock from the Espeon is going to be able to get that secure. So Team Germany, notably, we're not going with Stored Power on the Espeon. We're not going with that Sure Hit move. We're looking for more opportunities for Secure and Burst. So they really got to be intentional about how they're throwing those Psyshocks. Cranax walks in, and Mimikyu will pick them up, hitting those Shadow Sneaks really, really, really well here, doing a ton of rip damage.
Yeah, but that was the only KO that they managed to secure despite having that Crustal Rock Tomb up. Snorlax was able to go and heavy slam over the wall. Otherwise, Flame Sweep from out of nowhere. Nachos being able to take down that Blaziken, which means they are out of the mix as we do have a basement of Registeel here.
Wow, Registeel now hits the map, and it looks like France has the advantage. Nacho's getting ready. They're going to have a fly available for a secure, but can the Psyshock do it? No, it actually is the Lucario, but they will instantly go down as soon as they go in. Mimikyu does hit the play with me, and 2 will go down on the side of Team France, but they do get the Registeel.
I think looking at the levels currently between Germany and France, France definitely needed that over on their side. It has allowed that Talonflame to reach that level 10 mark where Germany's looking a little bit more balanced between them. Otherwise, Team Germany have managed to secure that Regieleki, and despite Greg, the Blissey being on the pad, it still walks on in. We have the Espeon using their Unite move, potentially looking for some KOs, but Team Germany, 2 of their members have been knocked on out.
Yeah, Espeon just couldn't really do too much after multiple members were already taken out. Mimikyu does try to go in, but right now, Kello, it just kind of looks like Germany is walking in one by one. Crustle goes down. Blaziken now walks in by themselves. Suicune is there for the backup, but CC puts them right to sleep. Overheat hits nobody, trying to look for the Talonflame, but they do have an eject button available. It looks like France is going to be safe once again.
Oh, and there we go. Gatlu was trying to make a move, but they do get sent to sleep by Qatar. But that nap isn't going to stop them diving straight into 4 members, knowing that they do have the backup of that Suicune. But now they have recognized it's too late. They're going to back on up and just go recalibrate, see what their next moves are going to be.
Mimikyu does hold on to the level 11, so they're keeping up with France to the best of their ability, getting another KO right there. But this Talonflame, level 12 right now, Kello. They are trying to run away from this game, and Germany just barely hanging on.
Once again, Gatlu trying to make a move. They are successfully able to take down Qatar on that Snorlax. Whether they can keep up this momentum, though, be able to knock out this Lucario. Flame Sweep comes on out, gets blocked off by that Rock Tomb, but that is going to allow Team Germany to dunk in a bunch of points, take the lead at 193, but also create some space up in that top half.
Yeah, Germany doing really, really well right now. The Mimikyu getting a lot of high-value KOs. Gatlu going to run into 3 here. Snorlax has to use a Unite move, which is definitely what Germany wants to see. You want to try to get as many Unite moves out as possible so that they don't have it available for this fight, which is a Regice here in this basement path.
Yeah, it looks like Team France aren't even going to bother with that one. Instead, they're just going to pivot back to their central area, look for whatever wild Pokemon is currently available. It's not looking... there's not a lot of resources over on their side, and, well, Gatlu, once again, just playing really risky, getting another dunk in that bottom path, but are they going to get punished for it here?
Gatlu does use an eject button away from the fly so that the burst damage doesn't come down, and they're able to survive a Serena Unite move and get the overheat on top of them. The healing on Resu is too strong, not able to go down just yet. They don't get frozen by the Whirlpool, but can they get out of it? The stop comes out. They are able to get away again. They're just juking the Suicune and the Blaziken over and over again. The shield is up, and they're going to continue walking away. Less than 1 HP. They're going to make it out.
Yeah, that isn't 1 HP and a dream. That's 0.5 HP and a dream. The fact that Resu managed to survive those hits and make it on out, not provide that KO, is absolutely wild. Meanwhile, we do have that Regieleki being secured by Team France up in the top path, but Gatlu is quickly to shred that down, making sure it isn't a threat. Minute left to go until Groudon. Team Germany still have that lead at 213 points to 112.
This is a much different game than we saw in game number 1. They are winning now, Germany, by over 100 points, just barely, and it looks like they have a bit of a score advantage, but in terms of levels, it's very, very even right now. Mimikyu does hit that level 14, going to be extremely valuable, but Talonflame not too far off here. They could be hitting it with just another couple secures of some wild Pokemon.
They do have 36 points on hand, and Nachos is making a risky... No! They're just baiting, seeing if any of Team Germany were waiting on the pad, even though they had that opening. Instead, they're just going to go and pivot back to this central area and get ready for this Groudon to spawn.
The Snorlax was picked by the Blaziken off screen. We didn't see it. They weren't able to use the Unite move, so we're already starting off this with a 4v5 fight for France. They're going to walk in, and Talonflame does hit a big fly, but Espeon does block with their Unite move. France is going in, but they're starting to go down, Kello.
Yeah, they are falling down one by one, but Team Germany look to have this advantage as 3 members from Team France have been knocked out. We do have Qatar making it on back, sending Gatlu to sleep, also powering up that power nap to just get these stuns and allow their members to come on in. But Groudon is really low. It's just a matter of who's going to get the secure. It ends up being Dodo on the Crustle to lock that in for Team Germany. So only a 13 points difference here, Husky, and it looks like they're actually going to retreat. They're not going to dunk in any points and risk it with a minute and 15 seconds left on the clock.
Oh my god, but they're going to find out that it's a close battle, and I don't know if any teams know who's winning. 213 to 200, just a small point. 7 points from France could go in, and with that double, it would be enough to put them in the lead. But look at this. All 5 members of Team Germany going to start walking forward. They have 3 Groudon buffs. 2 members of their team do not have it. 2 members of France are now in this top path. They just need a little bit of points. And here comes Nachos. They do hit the Crustle, but it's not going to be a lot. Flame Sweep does hit 1. Mimikyu is in a lot of trouble. Espeon does have a Unite move. 100 points go in from the Crustle, and they are extending their lead 313 to 200. Nobody is down yet for Team Germany, but 3 members down for Team France, Kello.
Yeah, not able to lock in those secures or be able to take away any of the Groudon buffs that Team Germany have, allowing them to just go and dunk in some more points in the home base. So while Team France were able to go and rip down that Groudon in that first game, take that one away, Team Germany, well, it's time that they are making their statement and showing that they are still in this competition.
Very devastating game number 1 and a very impressive game number 2 for Germany to tie us up at 1 here. What a set already. After watching just the first game, you might think that France could run away with this set pretty easily, but Germany figured it out, and it turns out that the secret sauce is the Mimikyu.
Yeah, 12 KOs, 10 assists there for Toast. So very incredible work from them and the whole team there to just be able to spread out. I know Gatlu was making some risky plays, getting some back caps here and there, and being able to make it on out. And, you know, that little bit of a fight between Resu and Gatlu in that bottom path there. Neither of them getting secure that KO, but yeah, you're saying Mimikyu, there we go. 94k damage dealt. Holy macaroni.
Wow, that is definitely an impressive feat for them, and I can understand why Mimikyu has been banned out more recently. But still very well played by Team France. It seemed like they did have a bit of a lead into that mid game, but somewhere along the way, France just lost it, and Germany figured it out and were able to start coming back. I think this was one of those moments here where they were able to pick up a couple of high value KOs and start to do some pushing into some of these goal zones.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Before the patch, Mimikyu already felt like a pretty decent all-rounder as is. Definitely had their pop-off moments here and there. On the competitive side, but receiving these extra buffs, not just to their stats, but also Shadow Sneak and Shadow Claw, is just really paying off. I'm very surprised to see whether we'll end up seeing it being let through by Team France again.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to see here, because we also did see that Team France lost that game, which means they get to decide which side they want to be on. So if they do pick first, they have a couple of options for how they want to approach this draft. But take a look at this final fight here. Fantastic engagement by Team Germany after they were able to take down that Snorlax. They just went all in, and they're still... France almost brought it back here. They had Talonflame and they had Blaziken down, which means that their secure was not as strong, and still Crustle was able to figure it out. Nachos didn't have Fly up just yet. Look how low it is. Crustle going in with the X Scissor. Just enough damage. I love the slow motion here. Just enough. Look, you can see it happening here. The last hit of the X Scissor is what ends up taking it. Oh wait, was it? No, it was the Crustle. Wait.
Yeah,
Was it Rocky Helmet? Was it Rocky Helmet that got the last hit? I think X Scissor was already finished and then Crustle got put to sleep. It might have been Rocky Helmet. I think it was.
So what?
Wait, look. Okay, we're seeing it again. We're seeing it. See, they're asleep right now. Oh, I think maybe it was the
ending hit.
Yeah, the ending hit. I think.
because-
Okay, all right. I was gonna say. I think it was the ending, the last hit, and there was like a little bit of delay between the damage coming out and them being put to sleep. So it was still the last hit of X Scissor. Now, either way, what a secure. What a secure.
Yeah. Yeah, Dodo. Security Groudon in their sleep. Don't hear that one every day. So, but I think it was not only the X-Scissor getting the secure, but the fact that they managed to aim it so perfectly to get the stuns on Qatar and push them on back as well. Just worked out. The timing just worked out perfectly for them, considering, you know, how quickly that Groudon was getting shredded up with everybody there in the pit. But we're heading on into our third game here. It looks like Team France, despite losing that last match, have opted for second pick this time round.
Yeah, so they are going to continue that second pick, which means that they're going to continue with the same bans as last time, both of those Mega Pokemon as well as Leafeon. This time, Germany still going to be banning out that Blastoise. They thought that it was very devastating in game number 1, which it absolutely was. But the question is, will they prioritize grabbing this Suicune once again in that first pick slot? They will.
Yeah, I guess if Suicune isn't banned on out, gotta lock it in for yourself. So it'll be interesting to see whether Team France, knowing how much of a threat Mimikyu is, and it isn't banned, whether they'll prioritize it themselves, or maybe they're just not going to worry about it, considering they've locked in Blissey and Blaziken this time round. So taking Blaziken away from Gatlu there.
Yeah, that is a devastating matchup here, the Blissey with the Blaziken. Definitely not one that I would personally want to be going against, but that does mean they get the Crustle, and they won't have the Blaziken this time, but they are going to take away the Espeon.
Yeah, maybe they're just saving their last secret hitters, Toast and Gatlu, a surprise to see what they can answer back depending on what Team France select on up here. And it's going to be that Mew and Umbreon. So no Snorlax this time round for Qatar, going in with a different defender instead.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of surprises me here. I would expect to see the Snorlax come back out, but Umbreon's still very valuable, and I think they want to prioritize that mean look to set up what Nachos wants to pick, which he might be considering this Gengar here. I could see the Zoroark coming back out as well, but I do like Gatlu's choice to go with the Talon here. I think that it's really strong into everything that France has, and it is going to be that Zoroark, which Talonflame does counter it pretty well. If you time your fly properly, you can avoid some of those last hits of Feint Attack, but Nachos just gets them out so quickly that I don't think they're too worried about it.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to that timing on that fly to go and try and interrupt these combos or just dodge the damage from Nachos. But I mean, considering how we saw them play in that first game without their glasses, Nachos has their glasses on now, so I'm gonna say I'm scared of Nachos with glasses.
Yeah, a little bit concerned here. But, you know, that being said, France did lose game number 2 when Nachos was wearing their glasses. So maybe it's time for them to take them back off, going blind again, start playing Zoroark with no glasses on, and, you know, we'll see what ends up going down here. But we've got ourselves quite the grand finals so far, Kello.
Yeah, it is a best of 5 after all. So while we are headed on into this round 3, it isn't going to be over for these teams just yet. But I think the fact that, you know, so far we are 1 apiece, it really just feels like both of these teams are putting in their all for the Unity European Cup and putting on such a good show so far.
Yeah, it is, and if nothing else, at least it's fun. We are seeing, surprisingly here, Serena for Germany heading into that central area. Talonflame is going to be playing in that top path slot instead of going into the central area.
Yeah, well, both Toast and Gatlu do have the attack weight stacks on there. So I guess just looking to put that earlier pressure on with that Fletchinder, because we can see on the minimap, Gatlu's actually decided to go for an invade.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting play here from France as well. They set their traditionally top path Pokemon into the bottom path instead to see if it was going to be easier to get their stacks, and they sent Mew up into the top path. But they are able to pick up, they are able to realize, I guess, that the Suicune is there by themselves, but Gatlu was able to secure the red buff off of that invade.
Yeah, that is actually huge because it means that Nachos isn't able to get that level 5 as soon as possible. But Alone Boltoy there is going to provide them that evolution, allowing that before these birds do spawn at that 850 mark.
And here comes the Zoroark. They are charging up their Feint attack, but they are going to just back out. 4 members of Germany have made it up here into this top path. Gatlu now looking for more opportunities to jump in on Nachos, and great avoiding that Feint attack there. Though Nachos is able to get out their combos really fast, the Talonflame being able to interrupt it is very crucial at this point in the match.
Yeah, just being able to use that maneuverability to get on out of the way. You do not want to give an early KO over to Nachos there. I mean, despite this, both of those central laners have managed to reach that level 6, and I guess with Gatlu going and stealing the buffs and putting the pressure on, they've also managed to reach that level 6 as we pivot up to the top path here.
They're going to take away that Citrus Berry and trying to get some more points in. We have 3 members of France in the bottom path. They're not really able to do too much about it here. Mew and Blissey will have to back up. A lot of points will go in, but a great Electro Ball there from Mew will take out the Talonflame.
Yeah, knocking them out, sending him back to base. Doesn't stop Toast from getting in some dunks. They have managed to leave this goal at 18 out of 80 points. But here comes Nacho, dunking in their energy, looking for a KO on Aaron, but they are able to slither away with such minimal HP.
Yeah, just barely getting out there. Serena will get another sack in that top path. Solar Beam won't hit there, able to dodge it in time, but the Safeguard going to prove to be very valuable. So if you take that away like Toast just did, the Mew can't do as much.
15 seconds left to go until we have the first objectives spawning on up in that bottom and top path. So far, there's only a 10-point difference here as Germany is looking to put the pressure on, but Resu's able to dodge, get out a good surf, making way for Nachos to come in and deal out some damage, but no KOs just yet.
Yeah, wow. Both teams just diving in on each other. Very quick combo will take down the Suicune there before they're able to get any CC on the board. But no objectives going over to either team just yet. Looks like Blaziken going ahead working on this basement one. While 14 points go in from the Umbreon, it's only Crustle who's down here, and they can't get there in time. France will secure that Regice.
Yeah, but not only that, they've managed to leave that goal on 1 point. Here comes the Fly, able to go and dodge Nachos on that Zoroark. Gatlu does have 26 points on hand, and instead they're going to pivot up towards this top path, where this Regieleki is being started by Team Germany. But Team France are looking to overtake that as Nachos is able to go and get the secure, along with having this Reg Ice buff for them. It's going to be tricky for Team Germany to go and defend this one.
Here comes the Flame Sweep. It will catch Qatar, but that's it. They do have the Fly available, but Gatlu not able to get away from the last hit of the Feint attack. Regieleki will go in, 40 points on top of it. Another 2 points for the Blissey. Here comes the Serena. They're going to try to prevent Nachos from making it any further, but the Bliss Assistance comes out perfectly in time to save them. And now, fantastic foul play there from Qatar. Will stun 3, and Serena just barely getting out. They have less than HP with their shield. Here comes Nachos. They're looking for them. They will find Leon, but that's it.
Oh my gosh. Being able to go and get those KOs, go and break that top tier 1 pad. Team France are going to continue dunking into that tier 2. We have 136 points on the board for Team Germany. Team France in the lead at 196, reaching this halfway mark. It's just a moment of reprieve for both teams while they secure some wild Pokemon. But see on the minimap that Gatlu's being a bit cheeky in that enemy central area and ends up getting punished by Nachos on that Zoroark.
It really seems like, once again, France has full control of this game. But if you look at the score, Germany has been able to hold on. A lot of it is because Talonflame, the Gatlu, just running around and, you know, getting some more points in. But France will elect to go break this bottom goal zone with just 1 point over cap, but they want that opportunity to continue to push forward as there is a Registeel on the map, Kello.
Yeah, because of that Registeel, some Unite moves are going to be utilized by Team France since 2 of their members are down. But it looks like Mew is getting isolated out by Dodo with that Rock Tomb and X-Scissor combo, allowing Team Germany to secure that Registeel for themselves, but also dunk in some much needed Aeos energy into this T1.
7 points are on the board, and there is going to be able to get a 40-point cap in, so Germany will break this bottom goal zone with a much better overcap than we saw France break it with, but that's still 5-point differential between these two teams, and here comes Nachos at level 14. They are going to miss their Feint attack, not able to go all the way in on this team, but that is a very big advantage. Level 14, that's 2 entire levels above where the Serena is right now.
Yeah, Nachos being the outlier here. The fact that they are already a level 14 at the 3-minute 30 mark is absolutely wild. So I have to say, Germany are going into these next fights. It's going to have to try and be their priority, but whether they're going to be able to take them down, especially with an Umbreon and Blissey by their side. And I think this is a good call to try and isolate them out before going and potentially stealing the Reggie Alecki, but it's just a little bit too late as Blaziken knocks it out for France.
Yeah, they are able to get the Blaziken, so they will go down and pick up that KO. Nachos getting very low here. Serena will be able to pick that one up. That is going to be a huge high-value KO, and they are down for over 30 seconds here, and they don't have a Unite move available. So will they be able to get it back in time? And Regieleki walks into the top path. We could see them look for an opportunity to score here. Mew does have 50 points, and that would break the goal zone. Will they be able to go for it? Qatar will go in. They all in here. Uses the Unite move. Puts in 8 points. There's 2 points left of the board. Mew has to try to get away. They find the coaching, but the eject button in the middle of the fly will take down the Mew.
I feel like Team France went all in or nothing, and while they didn't come out with nothing, they came out with very minimal, giving those KOs over to Germany, not being able to go and break that T2. That is just going to allow Team Germany to catch up in these levels now that they have those 2 level 13s on their side and a potential Regice if they can win this fight. But here comes Nachos shredding down that Espeon along with oh no, it ended up being Talonflame knocking out that Zoroark, and Regice doesn't end up getting secured after all of that.
There are 2 members of Germany down right now and 2 members of France down right now. Neither team wants to make a move, but there's a lot of Unite moves on Team Germany and not as many on Team France. Umbreon still doesn't have it. Groudon is already being chipped. The Flame Sweep will come out. Not for much, though, besides getting out Resu's Unite move. Electro Balls will come down. Mew goes down to the Serena Unite move. Groudon is very low. Who's going to be able to get the secure? It is going to be the Talonflame that takes it. Will France be able to defend? They are still ahead right now, Kello.
248 to 271, so there isn't much difference. They just have to get in a little dunk, but it's up to France to try and defend with 4 members on the board, as we do have one of those members using that jump pad, and there we go. Germany has taken the lead with Dodo dunking in those 62 points, but it's just a matter of whether France can get some KOs. They managed to knock out the Zarina, and Blaziken now has that Groudon buff for themselves.
Espeon very low, is able to make it back. Talonflame is going to go into the top path. They're going to be able to score 100, but there is a buff on the side of Team France. Blaziken does have a Groudon buff, and if they can get in and pick up some KOs, they could be able to get enough points in. But the question is, will they be able to? With 45 seconds left on the clock, and they need over 100 points right now. Will they be able to do it? Talonflame isn't stopping either. Another 100 is going to go into the base here. 510, and now they're going to need over 200 points if they want to eclipse this score gap.
Ooh, but there we go. 90 points do go in from that Blaziken, along with the 10 from the Blissey. So that is going to break that tier 2 pad. But with 20 seconds left remaining, they're still over 150 points that the Team France need to dunk on in. 2 members have been knocked on out, along with a third. And I think with only a Blissey and a Mew with no Groudon buffs, it is going to be over for Team France to try and make a comeback for this round.
Wow, what a game number 3 here. Germany is playing like an entirely different team right now than we saw in game number 1. Turns out game number 1 was just a warm-up. They wanted to give France a little momentum just so that they could take it back tenfold in games 2 and 3. 6-16, that's my birthday by the way, to 371 here for Germany to take game number 3. What a game there, Kello.
Oh, that was definitely a game and a half to watch. So much fun. We can see Gatlu there with the MVP rating, being able to get 8 KOs, 4 assists, but really, it's just got to come down to this team-wide effort. Dodo with some great isolations and defending picks, not just with their Rock Tomb, but also their X-Scissor to just go and let that backline do what they do best and secure those objectives for the team and get these KOs. I mean, we saw Nachos in that first game with that Zoroark play a really incredible game, but they really got shut down this time around, only being able to dish out 57k. I mean, even then, they were at highest level for quite a while, but I think Team Germany will have to have a look at these highlights and see what really happened in that final stretch there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think the Zoroark really got shut down actually at all. I think that Team France just made a very devastating mistake in that last couple minutes when they tried to push that Regieleki into the tier 2 goal zone. They used Unite moves, they gave up high value KOs, and it really pushed the momentum back the other way. I honestly, Germany played fantastically, but I don't know if they won that game without that mistake made from Team France.
Yeah, as I said, I'll have to go back and hopefully see it on the highlights. Did Nachos end up getting taken down during that Groudon fight earlier on, or were they still up when they were going up and shredding it, is what I was a bit unsure about, because it all just happened so quickly.
Yeah, but look at them here. So now this is where the Registeel fight was going on. They were able to, Team Germany was able to take down the Blaziken. I love when a flame sweep does absolutely nothing. It's always fun. And then able to secure the Registeel very easily. And then this was that moment here. 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Regieleki does go over to Team France, and they take down Suicune, but Zoroark gets taken down. So Zoroark is taken out. They're still down here. They used a Unite move in that fight, and then just 3v5 heading into the tier 2 goal zone. I don't know what that call was really about. They didn't have Zoroark with them. And then here was where Nachos got caught. Right before the Groudon hit the map there. And Regice didn't end up going down, but catching Nachos was absolutely huge. And here, where they're just spawning. See where the Zoroark is not able to get in time. Just a huge mistake, I think, to go for that push into the tier 2 goal zone, followed by another mistake to send anybody to that bottom path. I don't think it was worth it, because then you lose some high value KOs and you give Germany a huge advantage going into that final fight.
Yeah, being able to knock out Nachos on that Zoroark at the 2 minute and 6 second mark, knowing that they had quite the long cooldown timer on there, just really paved the way for Germany to go and shred up that Groudon, and Nachos just wasn't even to make it into that pit, which meant that, well, Team France, they were just not able to go and fight back the rest of Team Germany while they went and shredded on down. So, well, there we go. Team Germany, they are here on match point. If they win this next game, they are going to become the champions, unless we have a comeback from Team France to be able to make it 2-2.
You know, I would love to see a cinematic game number 5, but I don't think Germany would like to. Pump would absolutely like to. That is for sure. They want to see France come back in this, but look at these bans, Kello. No longer banning out the Eldegoss from Germany. Instead, they're going to be banning out the Zoroark Blastoise. So a lot more targeted bans for them, and they're still going to be able to get the Suicune, which means that France going to take the Blaziken once again.
Yeah, looking in that Blaziken, I
Ooh.
guess with Eldegoss not being banned, do we think Team France is going to secure Eldegoss? Is Eldegoss just going to be forgotten about here?
Yeah, well, they didn't pick Blissey. So I wonder if
true.
Germany will pivot and take the Blissey, or if France isn't worried about it because they know what their strategy is. And yeah, they do want that Crustle instead, and I don't know how well Blissey and Suicune play together. So instead, France is going to leave it, and they're actually not going to take the Blissey at all. Greg on the famous Psyduck is going to grab this Pokemon. We don't see it as often, but Greg is one of those few players that still really enjoys this Pokemon. And instead of Top Path Blastoise, looks like they're going to be locking in this double stacking Trevenant pick.
Yeah, a really, really interesting call from both sides there to go and lock in any traditional supporters, healers for their side. No Blissey, no Eldegoss there. Instead, it looks like we are once again going to have that support Suicune and Crustle, and this time round, they're supporting Psyduck. So, what's Team France going to round out this composite? Machamp? No. Okay, there we go.
No. They're going to go ahead and grab the Talonflame. Not surprising here, especially into Dodrio, and Gatlu's Dodrio nonetheless. It's a very scary bird. So bird on bird here. Well, I guess Blaziken, also a bird. So a couple birds. I guess we'll see which team. Do you need more or less birds to be... Oh, Psyduck is a bird as well. Chat.
Yeah.
3 birds to 1 bird. So
Well, the thing is, Husky, Dodrio does have 3 heads, so is it a 3-in-1 bird?
That's true. So is Dodrio like a conjoined triplet type thing, or is it just like 1 bird with 3 heads? Like God has 1 god and 3, you know? Like,
I don't know these answers. I am so sorry.
I think that's the question that we need to ask, guys. Is Dodrio God? I guess we'll figure out in this game number 4.
I feel like these are like 3 a.m. thoughts when you're trying to go to sleep. And then suddenly this thought just pops up and you're like, now I can't sleep because I need the answer to this. Well, I don't know if we're actually going to get the answers and whether we're going to be able to go to sleep. There.
Yeah. Well, it's much later for you. Now it's 11:30 for me. So you're the one who's going to be wanting to go to sleep here after this. But we'll see if we'll be heading to a game 5 or if Germany will put it away here.
Yeah, Team Germany once again over on that purple side, or Team France on the orange. We are sending that Torchic into that central area, Urshifu on the central area with Team Germany assisted by that Suicune, so leaving that Doduo up in the top path to fend for itself.
I am going to be very interested to see how well this Dodrio ends up doing into how tanky and CC focused this France composition is. However, they're already getting a KO early. They take down the Talonflame, and Dodrio now running through the central area, being chased down by the Psyduck. They want an opportunity to take away one of those buffs. Qatar also getting very low here, and here comes Dodrio. Here comes Dodrio, just kind of walking around doing Dodrio things.
I was gonna say, I feel like Dodrio doesn't even have a lane here. They've gone from top and now they're at bottom. Before that 9-minute mark, instead Leon has taken over the defense of that top path, while Team Germany are going for a 4-person push down here against 3.
Oh, big catch there. Gatlu gets taken down by the Combuskin, but it does mean that Germany does get all of those Swablus and Altaria in that central zone at 850. Leon just in the top path by themselves here, but they are able to hold off for the time being. Here comes Nachos on the Talonflame. They're going to be able to find them. Not enough damage. Enough damage for the KO.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because Gatlu doesn't have that extra bird head on them, they are not able to go and defend, not having that level 5, instead dunking in some points of their own and just running amok, while Team France is going to take the opportunity for that Talon to get some more attack weight stacks in.
You know, I really like this strategy of running a harasser-style speedster with the Urshifu, because Urshifu has a very bad early game, but this Pokemon has been able to get to level 7 and has one of the best secures in the game with that Wicked Blow, so easily taking down this Regidrago for Team Germany, as a couple more points will go in for France, but here comes 4 members of Germany trying to push forward.
Well, Shifu does have that buff on hand, so whether they do want to utilize it with those 30 points in their pockets, but I guess with a great defense from Snorlax, they're not going to go and risk getting knocked on out. Instead, the team's just going to spread on out and get ready for these 720 birds to spawn.
Yeah, here they come as well. We've got level 6 on Gotlu, but level 7, almost level 8 here on Nachos. The Whirlpool will come down. Here comes a big Horn Leech. Not too much Dodrio can do there. I mean, if they get caught in one Horn Leech, it's basically over for them, so they are not going to be risking that here. Rasu trying to get in there, will Horn Leech away, but not too much Leon could do besides knock them out with some CC.
And there we go. Early Bird gets the worm potentially for France as they're shredding down this Registeel, but Dodo has something to say about it. Looking for a secure, but it ends up being Aaron, the Espeon from that sideline, to go and get that for Team Germany. And now the momentum is on with 2 members of Team France now knocked on out.
Espeon was able to thread the needle with that Psyshock right in between the casting of Overheat and that final hit, and they are able to use an eject button to get out of that situation after being caught by a Horn Leech as well. No points will go in for Germany on that push, so great defense by Team France. I mean, you would expect it with the amount of bulk they have on their side, and that's kind of going to be the question, I feel like, going into this mid-game. How does Germany break through a team as tanky as this?
Oh, I guess that's the thing, is do you just go and try and tackle one Pokemon at a time, at team-wide effort, but in the end they're going to end up getting damaged themselves, so we'll have to wait and see. But Wicked Blow charges on up, and as you mentioned, such a great secure tool for that Urshifu to take that away from Team France, and Aaron trying to save their team members with that Psychic Solaire, but unfortunately Urshifu does not end up surviving that fight.
I mean, they are able to take the Blaziken down for revenge, and Regieleki is walking toward that tier 1 goal zone, but 2 bulky defenders are there. Psyshock will miss. I'm not sure if Germany is going to be able to get in time. And look at this, Nachos in the bottom path. 40 points go in. They're able to leave this full defense of Regieleki here to just the Trevenant and the Snorlax while they're able to bring up some more points and extend their score lead.
Oh, a great Horn Leech as well, just to go and push back that Regieleki. That way they're able to go and finish it off. So many members of Team France are at low HP, but here comes the Blaziken Kranix to go and save the day and save their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, just enough there from Suicune to be able to get Gotlu out of that situation, tanking a bunch of damage and Unite moves there to make sure Gotlu could get out safely. But notably, Germany has not been able to put a lot of points in, especially points that you would expect having a Dodrio on your side. And they're going to try to push into this top path here and just give up this Regice. But Trevenant is up there doing the most for Team France.
Yeah, 1 tree up against the 3 members of Team Germany, but Team France are outnumbering Germany here, so they're going to take the opportunity to get in some dunks. Otherwise, a great X-Scissor targeted onto 2 of those members. Suicune ends up getting knocked on out, and it's up to Dodo to try and defend with all of their might, utilizing their Unite move, but it's just not enough for them, and that goal does end up getting taken down. Team France, once again, still able to hold that lead despite losing their top tier 1 pad.
I mean, Dodo did a fantastic job defending, and I think Germany made a good call here and just pushed forward into that tier 2 goal zone to get some more points in, because it's not guaranteed that you would even be able to get down there in time, but Dodo was able to hold it down for a while to give their team the time to do that. Another great engagement from them. They will go down after a flame sweep, but look at France just pushing forward, using all that bulk to their advantage. Gotlu goes down, Dodo goes down as well. It's just Aaron here, and with a big heavy slam from that Snorlax, they will catch them as well.
Yeah, Team France on a roll, taking down that both tier 1 pads now, 127 to 230 in France's advantage with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, and well, looks like they're going to be able to secure this Regieleki, which is going straight to that tier 2 goal zone.
This is the first time I've noticed that the Psyduck is actually Bubble Beam, which is fun. But yeah, that's fun. That just does a lot more damage for a team that's so bulky. It can really power up this Blaziken and allow for so much rip. So I think Germany's going to have to watch out for just ripping Groudon off the map if France gets the chance to do so. And we do have level 13 on that Urshifu, but that's really about it for Germany right now. Once again, it feels like they're playing from behind, and I don't think France is going to be making that same mistake of pushing too far forward again.
Yeah, on that note, we have 3 level 13s on the side of Team France, so all having those plus movements on hand. And, well, with 30 seconds until Groudon spawns, if they're able to secure this Registeel buff for themselves, Team Germany, they're going to be looking into a tricky position here unless they're able to get some KOs, which they're diving in. This is so risky here. Snorlax uses their Unite move there.
Wow, Snorlax with a Unite move to make sure that they don't get caught out. And they're going to go in on this Espeon, and France is going to follow up into the central area of Germany. Espeon, very low, has to use their Unite move as well. They're still going to go down, and they weren't able to get anything out of that Kello.
No, they're not able to get anything out of that. They end up getting taken down, but Psyduck has been taken out of the mix as we have Crustle being pushed up against the wall with that Horn Leech, allowing Team France to also take him out. So, Team France have the points advantage. They have the numbers advantage so far as well. And I guess knowing this, it looks like they're just going to back off, get some resets, and prepare for the next fight in this middle section here.
No Unite move for Espeon, but no Unite move for Talonflame or Snorlax either. And Germany is behind by over 100 points. 103-point differential here. Here comes Trevenant. They find Aaron again. They're able to isolate them. Psyduck will get the final hit on them. Groudon is getting very low. Urshifu is early on the secure. It is going to be Team France. Talonflame comes in with a big fly secure.
Oh, and now this is France's chance to go and get in some dunks and take this to a game 5. There is still a minute left on the clock, but with 3 members of Team Germany down, they're not able to go and defend the points that ended up raining on through. Team France, they don't actually need to pressure this. Instead, they just need to go and retreat and not get knocked out. But no, they didn't. Kranix gives away the Groudon buff to Toast there.
Wow, will they be able to get more as well? Talonflame will come down. Trevenant is still on half HP, healing up a lot. Here comes Snorlax for the defense. Big Horn Leech! Double Horn Leech of 4 into the Snorlax Unite move. Just saves the game for France. Espeon goes down. Everybody else to follow. That's a team wipe there for France. Bringing it back. And we, Kello, are going to go to a game 5 in the 2025 European Cup.
We are definitely covered the distance here, which is so incredible to see. Just when you thought, Team France giving away those Groudon buffs to Team Germany, the rest of the allies coming there to get those knockouts and just finalize some more points in that home goal. An incredible match there, but in the end, ends up being Team France to win that 4th game at 778 points scored.
Wow, this set absolutely cinematic. I think kind of exactly what you would expect from a game as highly competitive as this one for the European Cup finals. Taking a look at some of these stats, definitely seemed like France had the upper hand there, especially with the amount of KOs they were able to pull, and much cleaner from this team as well. We saw a lot of mistakes being made in those 2 games that they lost. So being able to bring it back here, clean it up, be very intentional about how they were approaching, especially those final fights. And honestly, I really got to give it a shout out to that Trevenant. Just so bulky. I feel like I liked it even better than the Blastoise top path pick. It just seemed very strong and able to tank a lot of the damage coming out from Germany and really provided some of that extra bulk that they needed to withstand a lot of those hits from Team Germany.
Oh yeah, they definitely withstand those hits. I guess that's also just buffered up that HP with those Aeos cookie stacks for themselves. But, that's the thing. Despite this being a somewhat different look from France in comparison to the other games that we ended up seeing, they really are just demonstrating that they can pretty much make anything work here and make that comeback and not give over that title to Germany so easily in that final set. They wanna keep fighting for it.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these highlights here. This was that moment where Regieleki ended up being secured by Toast on that Urshifu, but a lot of these fights were overwhelmingly won by France. Like this one, they were able to grab so much experience from all of these KOs. Poor Aaron, just never able to get away from that Psychic on the Psyduck, and they were really, this was a good opportunity here for Germany to try to pull something out after they lose the Snorlax Unite move, but France did a great job of hanging on, moving forward, making sure that they prioritize this Espeon KO, and just fantastic playing and positioning from them. And this is where we saw Talonflame able to take out this Groudon objective here. And there were a lot of moments that were really valuable for France and Germany, but France just really cleaned it up, made sure they made a lot less mistakes this time.
Yeah, it was such a good game to watch, and I'm really looking forward to this final game because, well, this is really all or nothing. Both of these teams, they're on their match point, and the end of this, we're going to be crowning our champion here for the Unity European Cup. So we'll just have to wait and see, considering, I feel like we've had similar picks on either side so far, but then just these also random picks coming on through. So whether we'll see any more surprises come on out. I'm really looking forward to this next pick ban draft phase here.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I think that we've seen a lot of different strategies coming out from both of these teams throughout this set. So they're really showing a lot of the Pokemon they have in their pools, and it depends on what strategies they want to bring out. Like, do they want to go back to some of these more comfortable picks for them, or do they want to prioritize something that might throw the other team off? And I think that's going to be the question, but here we go. Last draft of the Unity European Cup, 2-2, and we are basically at 0-0, and this one is for everything. Germany once again in that first pick slot, going to be banning out that Buzzwole, and I don't think France wants to change up their ban strategy either.
No, it looks like so far it's exactly the same as we have seen, except Team Germany have decided to ban out their own Suicune this time round. So not going to be giving that one over to Leon. Nachos banning out the Blaziken, so Mega Charizard has been set free.
All right, I mean, will we see Germany go with the Mega Charizard? We will. So still giving over that option for Blissey or Snorlax. I imagine the Suicune ban was an opportunity for them to be able to get a first pick that they wanted to take away from France, but instead France was like, all right, we'll give you Mega Charizard so that we can still get what we want. And definitely the mind games coming out in that drafting phase a little bit.
Oh yeah, mind games indeed. I was definitely not expecting Team Germany to ban out the Suicune, considering they have already played it so much here today. Dodo locking in that Umbreon and that Mew for Aaron there. Be interesting to see what Team France ends up back with. I see them hovering over a Ninetales, but no! They're going to lock in this Zoroark, and whether we'll see a Pocket Comfey come out to play here, I don't know.
We could, but I don't think they really want to, especially because they have their support and defender core already. Instead, they're going to grab this Garchomp. That didn't look too great for Germany in game number 1, but we will see how it looks for Team France. Gotlu is going to go right in with that Talonflame. The Zoroark being picked up earlier in the draft, it does not bother them at all, and Leon hovering. Couple different supporter options. I would love to see a Wigglytuff, but they're considering a Clefable, which could be very good with a Mega Charizard, and that is what they're going to be locking in here.
Yeah, looking in that Moonlight. Oh, Resu not delaying there. They were certain on what they wanted to pick there, the Inteleon as the final attacker to round out their composition. It's rainbow comps for both of these teams here, all roles being represented.
Wow, yeah, it's not often that you see that anymore since so many Pokemon flex into different roles, but I really do like this Clefable here with this team comp. I think the problem is you're just going to be kind of sending Talonflame away and then trying to focus on healing the rest of the members of the team, but I feel like that's the way Gatlu likes to play Talonflame anyway. They don't really play too much around the team. They like to go for a lot of opportunities to invade and opportunities to score. I think the problem they're going to have to be worrying about is this Garchomp, because Clefable does pretty well into Inteleon because it can heal up the snipe shots before another snipe shot is charged up and positioned. But I think the Garchomp is where we're going to see some struggle.
Ooh, so you don't think the Garchomp is gonna do as well up in the top path? I guess, you know, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that is a really good point with that Clefable Moonlight, and whether we're actually going to end up seeing Gatlu go in for an early invade to slow down the Zoroark like we ended up seeing in one of the other games. But here we go, Husky. It is the final game for the Unity European Cup. Team Germany on the purple side. Once again, Team France on the orange. Who's going to take that title?
Check it out, Kello, just like you called it. Here goes Gatlu on the little Fletchling heading into the enemy central area while Charizard clears Germany's central area. They're going to want that thing at level 9 as soon as possible to make sure that they get the effects of that Mega Evolution. And this does mean, though, that France kind of gets some free scoring in the top path while Clefable is just dealing with it themselves. And look at this! They do come away with this blue buff.
Yeah, manages to successfully take the blue buff this time around and just once again slow that Zoroark from getting that evolution at level 5 before hitting that path. But 3 versus 3 down in that bottom path. Katar goes in for a great engage on that Mew, knocking it out. So going and creating some space for that Zoroark to get in a dunk and now evolve.
I mean, Germany just pushed in a little bit too far forward there. I think they didn't expect the Snorlax to come down and be able to put that CC on that little baby Eevee like they did, so they weren't able to really make much happen. I think if they stayed back a little bit, they might have been able to prevent the Zoroark from evolving, but it would have eventually gotten the level 5 anyway. I think that getting that Talonflame into the enemy central area and stealing away that blue buff proved to be very valuable.
Still proved to be very valuable considering Germany are able to keep up in levels. Charmeleon has managed to reach the level 6 themselves. Otherwise, up at the top path, we have Clefable going in and getting some dunks, considering Leon is stacking those special attack specs.
Look at the coaching there from Mew coming down just to make sure that Gatlu can get out. That's part of, Mew is an attacker, but it plays as a supporter as well. You want to make sure that you're getting your carries out of those situations. Big heavy slam there from that Snorlax, and we're trying to prevent this this Drizzle from getting taken down, but still the Talonflame does find them regardless.
Yeah, KOs are just raining down onto Team Germany, and Dodo is to follow, which means Team France are able to go and shred up this Regidrago, and Qatar's also going to take a moment to go and dunk in some more points down in that bottom path. 30 points on hand, now taking the lead to, well, another 30, 101.
Yeah, France already starting to make sure that they're trying to get as many points in as possible in this early game, and Kranex does not quite have their full evolution, but they're doing very well hanging on at this level 7, whereas Germany only has this Talonflame at level 7 right now, and you kind of want to see them a little bit higher up at this point, but the Charizard close to level 9 here, and that's really going to be what kind of brings it home here for Team Germany.
Well, Team France have 4 members prioritizing this Regieleki, leaving Umbreon and Mew to go and deal with the defending, unless they're just going to let it walk on in and let these dunks rain in for free. Oh, what great math there. Resu leaving that goal on 1 point.
Yeah, great job there from them. Gatlu looking for a secure here. They will find it with that fly on the Regice, but they do give a lot of points up in the process. Here comes Nachos, and here goes the Mega Charizard, the first Mega of the game. They do use a Unite move, and they will go down here. Doesn't matter that they're a full level above the Mega Charizard. That thing is busted, and they're going to continue moving forward onto this Tier 1 goal zone. 5 points will go in, and it looks like this goal zone is easily going to be broken here by Team Germany.
Yeah, despite Team Germany giving up that bottom pad, the dunks in that bottom pad, they managed to go and secure that Reg Ice, secure that top tier 1 pad, and only have a 1 point difference between these teams.
Look at the Moonlight as well, healing up so much of the Fade Attack combos that Nachos is doing, but still not going to be enough here. They are able to take both of those members of Team Germany down, and they're going to be starting to move back into this bottom path, which was broken by Inteleon off screen. So France still holding on to a little bit of a lead, slightly less than 30 points here going into the mid part of this game number 5.
It's just really back and forth between these two teams. And it's just really going to show that both of them want it so bad. Otherwise, Zoroark pops their Unite move, followed up with that Charizard Unite move to try and combat them. But Zoroark is going to leave that fight and leave it to the rest of the team.
Wow, takes down Mega Charizard there. They had to use 2 Unite moves to be able to do it, but the Clefable healing, not quite enough for them to hang on. So not every time you Mega Evolve is going to be a massive success, and France wants to make sure that they prove that.
Oh, interesting to see how Team Germany are nowhere in sight down in this bottom path. Instead, they are spread out in their central area along with the top, giving this Regieleki for free to Resu there. Now, that is going to pressure Germany down in this bottom path, but it'll be interesting to see what moves France make next here. It looks like they're going to pivot towards top.
Yeah, they don't want to let this Regieleki walk in, but they do have a clear view of this top path, and it will give them more of an advantage for this top path objective, which is a Regirock. So going to start to rip that one up. Charizard just ticks into its Unite move here, so it does have an opportunity to Mega Evolve, but they're not going to go in by themselves here against 4 members of Team France.
Yeah, knowing that they didn't have that backup close by, they don't want to risk utilizing their Unite move and getting shredded on down. But now that they do have the support, they're going to dive onto that Zoroark and successfully knock it on out. Otherwise, a great engage from that Garchomp to push members back. Also answer back with some hammers of their own. But Mega Charizard is still left standing here. Whether they can keep on getting some more KO. 4 KOs here on the side of Team France, and Snorlax is the only one left standing, allowing Team Germany to go and break this bottom tier 1 pad.
Wow, Charizard, it's just so stupid. It's so dumb. And then you have Clefable healing it up at the same time and just following up with every single move it makes. Yeah, it's a little bit stupid. So I think that France is going to have to really prioritize how they isolate this Mega Charizard, because I don't know if you're going to be able to take it down when it has a pocket Clefable on top of it. But if you can bait out its Mega Evolution early in that final fight and then let it basically just run out, then you might be able to get something done here. But I think they are definitely very concerned about how well this Mega Charizard is doing. You could also do something like that and put it to sleep so that a Snipe Shot hits it for half of its HP bar.
So I feel like, though, Mega Charizard seems to last for so long. So while they could risk, I guess, letting it run out, a lot can also happen in that time. But we'll have to wait and see as we have another Regieleki on the field. All members are down here to answer, to try and fight it on out. Who's going to get the secure as we have Garchomp diving on him. But after that, it ends up being Inteleon with a Snipe Shot to lock it in for France. And members are falling on down from Team Germany.
Wow, that was exactly what I said they needed to do. They need to bait out that Mega Charizard early. And now all 5 members full team wipe on Team Germany. And they're not going to have that Mega Evolution available with 13 seconds left. Everybody is down. A lot of Unite moves were expended. Here comes Zoroark into the central area. They don't want to give them time to regroup here. Groudon is about to spawn. Team France is behind. And they do have fantastic secure and rip on their side. They could just go for it here. It looks like instead they're just going to look for positioning, while Mega Charizard has to build back up that Mega Evolution meter of their Unite move.
Yeah, well, France still have the numbers advantage here. Garchomp wasn't able to get an isolation, but Katar going in for an engage and being able to sleep 2 of those members. But that light screen, being able to eat the Snipe Shot there, means that Team Germany are still left standing, waiting for this Charizard to come into the mix.
Here comes Mew now. They do get dove on by Nachos, but they're not able to get anything securely. Charizard nearing its Unite move. It took a couple seconds to farm up there a little bit, but a lot of this damage, this poke from Inteleon, is being healed up very easily by this Clefable, who has fully stacked up their special attack specs early in the game. And here comes the Mega Evolution from the Charizard. They do get stunned out a little bit here. They don't have to use it yet, but here it is on top of them in the backside. The Garchomp is there, getting taken out by the Mega Evolution, but it's still standing. It's doing so much healing. 2 members of Team Germany are down. No members of Team France are down. Charizard can't seem to make it happen. Not enough damage. Somehow, Mega Charizard, the most broken thing in the game. Not enough damage. They will take down one, but that is it. Killa, 5 members go down for Team Germany, and France just needs to secure this Groudon and start throwing in the points if they're gonna take the title of European Cup champion.
Oh, and there we go, securing the Groudon. It's only the Talonflame that has spawned on up, but it's just not in time to go and stop Nachos dunking in that 100 points. And because of that, we also have another 100 points going down into that bottom path. 15 seconds left on the clock. Leon ends up getting taken on down, and I think it's pretty safe to say that after all of that effort, all of that damage, Team France have gone and become your 2025 Unity European Cup champions. For
Wow,
this year, and also
Team
2023.
France. Wow, yes, again, they're going to be pulling out the championship after losing 2 in a row from a dominant game number 1. France brings it back in game number 5 on the back of Nachos' Zoroark. What else would they have brought in to make sure they win it all? They let through the Mega Charizard. They're not scared of that thing. Just go in as 5 on top of it, and they can't do anything about it. Team France, your European Cup 2025 champions.
What an incredible set. What an incredible climax at the end there during that Groudon fight. I mean, in the end, Charizard can't really do a lot without all of its team members. They were able to just knock them all out and leave Toast for last there. I mean, despite that, 105k damage dealt from Charizard. And looking at these other stats, Greg just providing the heals there with 103 recovery to just go and keep their team sustained. None of their members ended up getting taken down during that final fight.
No, they didn't. They did so well to make sure that they were standing around Greg, who was basically acting like a Clefable, doing team-wide healing during that fight. Doesn't matter if they only have single target soft-boiled, they will figure out how to heal everybody up and make sure that not a single member of their team goes down here. Fantastically played. Also, Qatar, another big shout-out to them, hitting those yawns like crazy. I feel like Block is more used on Snorlax, but Qatar really loves that yawn moveset. Just put him to sleep, do what I need to do, and then walk away.
Oh, yeah. Some incredible yawns, not just during that final stretch, being able to send 2 of those members to sleep, but just throughout the whole match. But I mean, it was quite the climax at the end, but it's not to go to say, like, it was still very much back and forth between these 2 teams, not just this game, but just this whole series.
Yeah, it was really, really good here. This was one of those moments where I really felt like France figured it out with this Mega Charizard. They were able to prioritize taking them down. They left them with not as much as they could have gotten. And look, in that situation as well, when we saw the Mega Evolution come out, they still needed to put so much on that Zoroark. So they weren't able to get the full extent of what they could have in this moment, but they still were able to pull out a lot of high-value KOs.
Yeah, I guess this was the moment here. 2 minutes 30 left to go until that Groudon spawns. But the snipe shot coming out, securing that Regieleki, and just baiting out so many of those Unite moves from Team Germany. It only ended up being the Umbreon and the Clefable that had it left. And, despite Team Germany being able to stall out a lot of these snipe shots from Resu, allowing that Charizard to get their Mega back, in the end, it just still wasn't enough to go and overcome them, and Team France just held strong as a team.
Yeah, I mean, Greg was just like doing the absolute most. Like, watch them prioritize how they're using their heals to make sure that nobody goes down here. Like, look, it goes right onto Garchomp right there to make sure that they're able to survive it. And they only end up getting Garchomp in that last fight. So very clean there from Team France to pull out the win for 2025 European Cup. What an incredible time. I'm sure Pump is absolutely losing it right now.
I did notice as well, Qatar managed to get a big old power nap and stun 4 members, which is absolutely huge. I only just saw that during the highlights, but yes, Pump will definitely be there cheering in the back line. But I guess before we bring in our closing ceremony for the Unity European Cup, we are going to take ourselves a quick break. So don't go anywhere, because we are going to be bringing you some interviews along with our closing statements for this tournament. Be back soon. And welcome back, everybody, to the Unity European Cup closing ceremony, where we say our congratulations and our thank yous. But guess before we get into the nitty gritty here, we have to pull up our champion screen. Let the magic roll. Champions Team France. Once again, congratulations to Qatar, Nachos, Greg, Kranix and Resu for representing Team France there and winning the 2025 Unity European Cup. Anything you'd like to add there, Husky?
I mean, big congrats. I think you made Pump very proud, who was very clearly rooting for Team France and doing so without home field advantage because you were playing on Gatlu's stream. So I think first, I just want to kind of generally ask Qatar, Nachos, whoever of you two wants to talk, just in general, how did you feel going into this final set? Were you confident? Were you a little concerned? And how did you manage those feelings moving throughout those 5 games?
Déjà, je réponds. Vas-y, toi.
Non, réponds-toi. Okay. So we are pretty confident for the final, and we kind of watched their match yesterday against Switzerland, and so we saw what they were playing. They played like really a lot of Charizard, so we aimed on that, and so yeah, we felt pretty confident about the game. And in the game, I don't know if the spectators could watch, but I think we played confident too.
Confidence is key. After all, you know, you don't want to go into a match feeling nervous, otherwise it ends up showing, and I definitely think that confidence ended up, you know, bringing you there, getting that champion title, despite, you know, going to that round 5 situation. So thank you there. But I guess Nachos as well, you did end up playing in Team France last year yourself, and the rest of the 4 of you, well, this is I believe your first time participating in the Unity European Cup. So I guess Qatar, as captain, how does it feel to be able to carry on that legacy for Team France, pretty much coming in with a brand new squad than what we've seen in the previous years? Qatar?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't there.
Okay, I can also T'as entendu ou pas?
Non, j'ai pas entendu.
Ok, ils ont dit qu'est-ce que ça fait genre la première fois que tu joues comment ça comment tu te sens pour ta première EUC, car aussi Kranix et tout, ils ont pas fait la EUC avant à part moi et Rezu. Du coup t'expliques qu'est-ce que ça fait d'être représenté et tout, genre d'être le représentateur. T'as capté?
Okay, so yeah, in this USC I gained a lot of experience, especially with playing with my friends like Nachos, Kranix, Resu, and Greg. They are very good players. I know that there are many good players in France, but they didn't play EUC last years and before, so it was a good chance for them to play with Team France.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very fun season of European Cup to watch, as well as a really exciting grand final. So you definitely brought the excitement and maintained it throughout the entire tournament, but also this set, pulling us into Game 5 situations. So I want to give some opportunities for the rest of the team to answer as well. So my question for the support defender core, Greg and Qatar, you play some really interesting picks that I guess are very strong, but in more unconventional ways. So we see the Yawn Snorlax come out a lot when block is usually more traditional, as well as the Bubble Beam Psyduck, which I absolutely loved. So what were kind of your strategies when developing those support core strategies going into this tournament?
I have a very good conception of catch and one shot, so Yawn and Bubble Beam Psyduck are very good for target someone and kill him easily.
Do we have any other
just un très bien.
Answers to that? Just that one? Oh, okay.
Just that?
Thank you. Alright, I guess before we wrap on up, are there any final words that each of you would like to say just to anybody who was tuning in to the Unity European Cup? So thank yous or just shout outs or anything you'd like to say. We'll start it with Kranix there. Kranix, did you have anything that you'd like to say to
No,
everybody
just let me
tuning
explain
on
him
in?
because just let me explain him because I'm not sure he understood. Craig, t'as compris?
Okay. Just
no,
any
I-
final words. If not, that's okay. We can pass it on to somebody else.
En gros, elle
Or
t'a dit,
if
est-ce que
somebody
genre,
wants to translate, if we.
yeah, just translate him.
yeah,
Elle a
some
dit,
translate, yeah.
qu'est-ce que t'as à dire pour la fin, remercier des gens et tout, genre? Qu'est-ce que,
Ah.
à qui tu peux remercier, pas les gens qui sont supportés ou quoi?
Oh, ça c'est Rémi.
Okay, so he just wanted to say thank you to like Remy Epchik. He's a French streamer and he helped us a lot in the team France. And thanks to his teammates as well because he supported him too a lot.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Kranix. Nachos, thank you. If you need to translate for anybody else, but I guess we'll throw it over to Resu. Do you have any final remarks that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home?
En micro.
Oh,
On
parle!
m'entend là? Oh, attends, ça
Oui,
change.
on
Okay.
t'entend.
So I just wanted to say I love Sazuro.
You love sorry?
I love Sazuro. My team.
Sazero.
Oh, Cesaro. There we go. Shout out to Cesaro there. You were loved by Resu. Thank you, Resu. Greg, did you have anything you'd like to say?
Maybe just thank you for the support of French.
Thank you, Greg. Nachos.
So I thank Purple a lot. He streamed most of our games, and he was really into it. So it was really appreciable. Same for Pump and for everyone who supported us through the chat on the Twitch and even on Discord. And so thank you everyone a lot.
Thank you so much, Nachos. And finally, Qatar, our captain here for Team France. Any final words you'd like to say?
Thank you a lot for supporting Team France in Twitch, especially in the chat. Many flag of Team France in stream Pump or Purple or Gatlu was very good. Thank you a lot.
There we go, feeling the energy, feeling the love in that Twitch box there, showing your support to Team France, which carried it on through becoming the champions. But I guess, Husky, before we wrap this on up, did you have any final words you'd like to say to the squad?
I mean, great work. It was exciting nonetheless, and we were able to pull out that win. So very proud. I'm sure Pump, also the creator of the European Cup, was very proud of Team France for continuing on this legacy. And good luck if any of you are playing in the UCS season. I know it's getting close to that time, so good luck getting ready for that. I'm sure you guys will be fantastic, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Goodbye. Have a good afternoon. Well, I don't know what time is it where you are. So goodbye.
Yes. Have a great day to you as well. Thank you so much.
All the best. Oh, thank you so much.
See you guys.
Oh, so wholesome. I love that. Oh, alrighty, folks. Once again, congratulations to Team France for taking the 2025 Unity European Cup champion title there. We are going to continue on with the rest of our closing ceremonies, which means some thank yous from us here. I guess all of our casters that we've had. Big shout outs to Jonathan Fu, Spartan Tano, Bridget, Lobo, Nitera, and of course Husky as you for coming and being able to cover all of these matches. Would you like to continue on with our next one?
Yeah, absolutely. Big thank yous to the two French streamers that were streaming a lot of these games in France. Pump, which we got to talk to earlier, as well as the founder of the European Cup, and Purple, of course, for streaming a lot of these games, and Paulette as well for being able to support Team France and support a lot of the European Cup. The producers, of course, who puts the show on, getting all of these overlays, the transitions, the replays, everything that happens behind the scenes is all thanks to them. Diallo, Nitera, and Shiv, and big thanks to Diallo as well for the stats and making those really cool graphics. And of course, the observers, your Magnemite eyes in the sky, the people who allow us to be able to view these games and set up the casters for some of these important moments. Of course, Bina, Tangerine Pasta, Yamin, and of course, Shiv as well. And our admins, Sam and Malen, they were incredible. And Diova for stats. Sorry about that. I said the wrong name. Diova for stats. Yep.
Yes.
I think I covered everything. I'm trying to read things as more things are coming into the chat. But big shout outs to everybody on the scenes, behind the scenes, and every single player who participated in the European Cup. They made this all happen. Everyone should be feeling very excited going into our UCS season.
Yeah, big shout out to them, but also big shout outs to everybody who did come in and watch and support the Unity European Cup at some point or another over these past couple of weekends. And of course, to Gatlu here, whose channel we've hosted this tournament on. So just big thank yous all round to everybody. It has been a wonderful day here today to go and wrap up that finale there for the Unity European Cup. Whether we'll see it, well, fingers crossed, we'll see it for 2026 here and be able to continue that legacy for Europe. But yes, definitely keep your eyes peeled. But I guess that would be us saying goodbye. I think we've managed to cover everything in the closing ceremony. Our thank yous, our congratulations. Just, it was a lot of fun. So, oh, and apparently thank you to myself as well for being here. Yes. But any final words to say before we say hooroo, Husky?
No, it was a great time. Thank you, of course, to everyone for having me. And, you know, it's important that we continue to support these grassroots tournaments. It's all of us dedicating our time and energy to continue to keep the competitive scene alive, especially in a grassroots setting. This is a lot of work that goes into it, so we really thank you for all of your support. I think that's it from me.
All right, well, I hope the rest of you end up enjoying the rest of your time zones wherever you are. Once again, thank you so much for tuning in to the Unity European Cup 2025. Congrats to Team France. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye for now.